Come to the general debate on the creative industries. I call the Minister to move, Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have, of course, noted the point of order that was just raised, and I will pass on the comments and make sure that an answer is provided. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered the creative industries. I should, however, declare an interest of my own. Two of my former books are optioned, one to Mother Pictures and another to Pathé. So if we stray into talking about film and high-end television, I will have to be careful. Madam Deputy Speaker, has he come across Paddington and his stare before? Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK is home to world-class creative industries. I think we can all agree about that. Every single day, our arts and culture bring joy to millions of people, not just in our four nations, but all over the world. It's part of our soft power, it's part of our economic power, it's part of the joy that we give to the world. They enrich our lives, they bring our communities together, and they drive our economy. These are industries powered by extraordinary artists, musicians, dancers, publishers, architects and game designers who year after year find ways to break out of the straitjacket of conformity. I know this because on Saturday night I went to see Swan Lake, the Matthew Bourne version, and if that isn't an example of people breaking out of the straitjacket of conformity, I don't know what is. And while governments of every stripe have appreciated the social value of our creative industries, I would say sometimes more than others, many have underpriced the huge economic potential of industries that are already among our most powerful engines of growth. This government understands the true economic value they have now and they can have in the future. £125 billion generated for the economy in 2023. 1 in 14 jobs across the country now, and I would guess that by 2029 it'll be 1 in 10. Growth at 1.5 times the rate of the rest of our economy in the past decade, despite all of the economic headwinds they and we have faced. Today, we are the third largest art market in the world, larger than all the European art markets combined, and I want to make sure that we remain at the top of that list. Only the USA exports more advertising than us, and nobody exports more books than us. Not necessarily mine. To put this in perspective, our creative industries were worth more to the economy in 2022 than 3 of our heavyweight sectors, aerospace, life sciences and automotive industries combined. When we think about growth, our first thought should be, therefore, of the creative industries, and I am proud that that is precisely how this government is viewing them. These industries managed all of this, I would argue, in spite of, not always in partnership with their government in the last 14 years. They've been built by ordinary people doing extraordinary things, rule breakers, convention breakers, trend defiers who have pioneered thousands of small revolutions in our arts and culture. And I believe that, with a genuine partner in government, one that bulldozes barriers, one that creates stability and certainty for businesses and international investors, one that collaborates with businesses and artists as equal partners to turbocharge growth, one that doesn't try and persuade every ballerina in the country to retrain, one that does make sure that creative education is at the heart of all our education in this school, one that does make sure that every single child in this country doesn't go through an education without having a proper creative education. If we do all of those things, I believe we can create even greater British success stories. Of course I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I observe no Paddington stare. The point is very well made about young people starting off and they can grow into creative industries. Does the Minister agree with me that things I get involved in, like pantomime and local amateur dramatics, they are the seed corn of these things, kids on stage, but if the local newspapers go down and so many of them are in danger right across the UK, then they will not get the publicity, they'll not get the support, which all helps grow the industry.
Chris Bryant.
Well, I think he got about 4 questions in one there, which is quite creative of him. So pantomime, I think, came in there. I wasn't sure whether he was saying that he was involved in pantomimes or whether there were pantomimes, and he was saying that he was in pantomime. Some of us on this side of the House would say that he has been in pantomime much of his political career, but he makes a very important point about journalism. Journalism is a very important creative industry in this country, and I know that my fellow minister, who is sitting here beside me, who has responsibility for journalism and for print journalism in this country, takes this issue of how we make sure that local journalism survives into the future, partly because of the otherwise how on earth are you going to find out stories about your local community, but also because there's a job of work to be done about tackling misinformation, and if the only information you ever get about your local community comes from social media, a lot of that might not be as accurate as one would like. The most irresistible man in the room.
Can I commend and thank the Minister very much for his very positive response in relation to setting the scene for creative industries? Does he agree with me that one of the great benefits of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, all the cultures, all the regions come together, and what we have, if I get a chance later on today, I'll mention it, in Northern Ireland, is something that contributes, and today alongside, we can make sure that we can all gain.
Minister.
100%. I mean, there are so many programmes that have been made in Northern Ireland, which are an intrinsic part of what the UK has to offer. I'm not sure whether Derry Girls is necessarily his kind of thing, but one of the funniest programmes I think we've seen for many years. Game of Thrones, of course, made in Northern Ireland, and so many Northern Irish actors who have done extraordinarily well in the British scene and then on a much wider canvas. One of the things that particularly stimulates me in relation to this is that I want to say to the creative industries quite often, it's a not often repeated fact, but Albert Finney and Glenda Jackson were born on the same day. Two working class kids who both ended up going to Rhondda and having phenomenal acting careers, Oscars, awards and so on. I want to know where are the Albert Finneys and Glenda Jacksons of the future, whether they come from Northern Ireland or Scotland or Wales or a difficult estate in England, wherever, or Stoke-on-Trent even, wherever it may be in the United Kingdom, because sometimes if the only schools in this country that provide a real creative education, whether that's in art or music or drama or whatever it may be, are those are the Etons of this country, then we will have failed so many of our young people and we won't have the creative industries that we need for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, creative businesses have been nothing but straight with us about what is holding them back since last July, and this government has heard them loud and clear. Investment they want, innovation they want, international competitiveness and skills. Each one of these has to be a litmus test for what we're doing as a department and as a government. Today, I want to set out some of the challenges as we see them as a government and what this government is doing to address them. From the outset, our starting point has been an appreciation right across the government of what the creative industries give us. They are not a nice to have, a kind of cherry on the cake. They are an essential part of who we are as a country and what we are trying to achieve as a government. That's one of the reasons, in relation to soft power, for instance, that we're very aware that brands like the BBC or the Premiership are a really important part of our soft power around the world, and that's one of the reasons that the Foreign Secretary and the Culture Secretary have launched the Soft Power Council recently, because we think we could do far more with that. And sometimes, and I know sometimes people focus specifically on the BBC, but many moons ago I worked for the BBC, and I remember in Brussels, and I got in a taxi one day, and the taxi driver asked me what I did. I said, I work for the BBC, and he said, oh, I love the BBC. All those wonderful TV programmes, Inspector Morse, Brideshead Revisited, and he basically gave me a long list of ITV programmes. But in a... again... All right.
Jamie Stone.
Could I thank the Minister for giving way. I just would point out, on the BBC was something called Traitors last Friday, which attracted 7.4 million viewers, and that's filmed at Ardross Castle in my constituency.
Minister.
Well, and interestingly, I was at a tourism conference last Thursday, and one of the things that we are especially good at in our tourism offer is offering places that people can go and visit where many films have been made. I mean, one of the biggest investors in our country in the last few years has been Tom Cruise, another film coming out in the near future. Many films, locations are wonderful places for people to go on tourist visits. I noticed he's gone from Panto to Traitors now. Well, need I say more? No. But interestingly, of course, Traitors was not actually originally a British format. It was a Dutch format, but the BBC has made it better than anybody else made it previously, and has given new life to the Traitors series. I won't spoil it for anybody in terms of saying that I thought it was very unfair that it ended up as it did. Anyway. From the outset, that's why the Chancellor and the Business Secretary made our creative sectors one of 8 growth-driving industries at the heart of our industrial strategy. It's why I, along with my colleague, the Secretary of State, are developing a long-term sector plan, along with Baroness Shruti Vadera and Peter Bazalgette. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for the case he's making, the passionate case he's making for investment in the arts? And would he also recognise that the Arts Council England and the work that Darren Henley does, we've all received, I suspect, copies of the 3rd edition of his book, which sets out very clearly the case for investment, public investment in the arts, and the multiplier effect it has. Isn't it essential in these months running up to the comprehensive spending review that the whole sector comes together to make sure that he is well equipped to go into battle with the Treasury officials?
Minister.
Well, of course, he used to be a minister, I think, in the Treasury, and perhaps he can give us some tips on how we can secure that. I note that Conservative MPs have developed a particular tendency since July last year of calling for more expenditure on things and less taxation on things. And I would just gently suggest to him that these two things do not meet together. So if he could give me some tips on how I can get some more money out of the Treasury, I'll give him some tips on how to talk about demanding more money. But he made one really important point. We've been talking about creative industries thus far, and of course there are lots of parts of this world, this sector that we're talking about, which are completely and utterly commercially focused. Whether you're talking about publishing or architecture, advertising, some of our biggest creative industries, for that matter, video games. But I have tried to make the argument that this is a whole ecosystem. You don't get great British films and a great British film industry unless you've got a great British theatre industry. And you don't get the great British commercial theatre industry unless you've got a subsidised theatre industry as well. And so it's that whole combination of broadcasters, subsidised and performing arts, and the very commercially sensitive creative industries that we need to foster and build on. And just one other thing, and one other point, he obviously refers to Arts Council England. As he knows, we have initiated under Baroness Margaret Hodge, who will be, I think the best word is doughty, so we've initiated a full review of how Arts Council England works to make sure that the money does what it really is intended to do around the whole of England. And Margaret Hodge is going to be leading that for us, and I look forward to what she comes up with. I'll go to the back.
Gentleman, he's right to talk about ecosystem, but he's done something that I've not seen for such a long time. He has united every creative sector in opposition to his plans to water down copyright. Copyright that has underpinned the success of our creative industries and made them global powerhouses. I don't know if you saw Sir Paul McCartney yesterday talking and warning about these plans and what could happen to the future of all our creative industries. Does he take on board what he's saying, and will he revisit his plans?
Sir Chris Bryant.
As I've said to him privately, and I'm happy to say again in public, I do not believe for a single instant that what we eventually put to the House in terms of legislation will undermine or water down our copyright regime in this country. It has been absolutely essential to the creative industries that they own their intellectual property, they are able to control their rights in their intellectual property, and we will not change that. However, there is a real problem that we face in this country and in many other countries around the world at the moment, which is that there is legal uncertainty around. There's such legal uncertainty that this matter is being contested in a series of different court cases around the world. And I met with Getty Images this afternoon, one of the cases that is being taken at the moment. We cannot simply wait for the court cases somehow or other to be able to resolve this for us. Now, I'm sure that there are elements of the consultation that he would want to endorse, for instance, around transparency. Let's have that conversation. I'm very happy. It is a genuine consultation. I said to my office earlier this afternoon, I'm very happy for Sir Paul McCartney to come into my office and we can talk it all through with him. Now, I think the Honourable Lady wanted to intervene on me as well.
Thank you very much. And I thank the Minister. He talked about the ecosystem and the bringing together of all of those sectors. There's perhaps no better example in this country, perhaps in the world, than the Edinburgh International Festivals, which brings them all together. But it also is a heartland of small venues. So can he tell us what the government is going to do to help those small venues who have been suffering for 5-6 years now to cope with also the national insurance changes, because we are employers and are being hit by them?
Minister.
She makes a very good point about the Edinburgh Festivals. It's very important. I hope Hansard heard the S at the end, because sometimes people refer just to the Edinburgh International Festival, I think sometimes they're referring to, but obviously there's a whole series of them, including book and television and so on. And again, that's an ecosystem which has managed to grow and grow and grow, and that's precisely the kind of thing we want to do. One of the other elements about the Edinburgh International Festivals is, of course, that there is a cluster. And one of the things that I think the previous government rightly identified was that where you can create a cluster around an individual creative industry, you stand a greater chance of building it and enabling greater growth. So, for instance, Royal Leamington Spa is a cluster for the video games industry, as is Dundee, and so on. There are various different clusters around the country, and that's one of the aspects we want to build on. She asked specifically about small venues. As you may know, we have backed the call from the what is it called? The Secretary of State. She's not the Secretary of State. The chair of the Select Committee for Culture, Media and Sport, and her committee in the previous Parliament for a voluntary levy on gig tickets, arena tickets, to provide money for small venues. I'm very hopeful. I'm pushing as hard as I can for the industry to adopt that on a voluntary basis. But we've made it very clear that if it doesn't happen on a voluntary basis, we will make it happen on a statutory basis. I hope that we'll be able to move forward on this relatively soon. Likewise, there's been a very important issue which has faced many small venues and hospitality industries, which is obviously they thought there was going to be a complete cliff edge of 70%. They had 70% relief on business rates. And that was going to end at the end of March. We've said that it's going to be 40%, and there's going to be a renewal and a change of business rates in future years. So in all of these ways, we're trying to help those small music venues. But in the end, of course, if you don't have anybody to perform in the small music venue, you haven't got a small music venue. And that's why, again, I return to the matter of trying to ensure that we have creative education in all our schools. Right, here. Madam Deputy Speaker, you've changed. As honourable members will also be aware, there are many creative businesses in this country who have a great idea or a great product and are ready to expand, but they cannot access the finance they need to take their growth to the next level. Like every part of the UK economy, the creative industries have amazing startups that struggle to scale up. So as a first step to address that all-important finance barrier, the British Business Bank, which supports over £17 billion in finance for business, has committed in the last week to increase the scale of its support for the creative industries. And this, I think, is possibly one of the most important things that we can do over the next couple of years, which is try and improve that access to finance for all of our creative businesses, whether it's at the moment of their inception, or it's the moment of their scale-up, or it's when they're 10 years in. Backing venture capital funds to invest in UK creative industries and supporting those experts who understand the unique strengths of this sector in the UK, and to provide creative businesses across the country with the support they need to scale up, we have confirmed over £16 million of funding for the Create Growth programme. In addition, we're backing early-stage games developers with £5.5 million of funding for the Dundee-based UK Games Fund. We want the next generation of hit UK games to be made across the UK. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. And can I welcome the measures the government is bringing in to support our very important creative industries? These businesses also need a pipeline of talent, and in my constituency, Bournemouth West, we have a world-leading arts university and a higher education and further education system supporting film, television, games development. So can the Minister tell us what the government is doing to support this talent pipeline and our educational institutions?
Yes, she's absolutely right, and indeed I've often wondered whether we shouldn't have a very specific kind of programme for her area, because she's right, there's a concentration of courses, of universities, of businesses that are devoted to these same industries. I'd be very happy to meet with her, and perhaps if she'd like to come into the department, we can go through some of the specifics about how we're going to be assisting in her area. The Honourable Gentleman's moved, but I'll still listen to him.
I'm grateful, Minister. Thank you for taking the intervention. On the matter of finance, he makes a good point that creative industries need to be backed with finance that they can access. Will he ensure that grassroots, small-scale projects receive the finance they need away from the big cities, such as on the Isle of Wight, where my constituency is, so that we can realise our aim and endeavours to get a film studio set up?
Well, I have heard tale of a film studio in his constituency, and I wondered whether that's what he was going to refer to. Obviously, the government over the previous government and this government, we've been committed in different ways to making sure that we expand the provision of film studio space in the country. We're almost up to the level of having more space than Hollywood. And we're very keen to be able to progress that. Again, if he wants to come into the department and talk about the specifics of what we might be able to do in his constituency, I'd be happy to do that. He's right that I think sometimes we've focused on the bigger, the massive projects, but actually you don't get many massive projects in the creative industries without starting with the SMEs. And that's, I think, where we need to go. Also, in relation to film studios, one of the things that stood in their way for quite some time was the re-evaluation of business rates. I'm glad that we got to a much more sensible position over the last 12 months in relation to that. And likewise, planning applications have been phenomenally difficult in many cases. We were very proud to be able to put £25 million into the Crown Works studio in Gateshead, which I look forward to visiting soon. It's one of the principal barriers to innovation today in 2025 is not enough investment is going into research and development in the creative industries, and I know this is one of the things that the Select Committee has looked at as well. It's why the Prime Minister's Council of Science and Technology recommended that public investment in R&D in the creative industries reflect the size, economic contribution and future growth potential of the sector. That's why earlier this month we confirmed that we're going to strengthen the investment from our National Research Funding Agency, UKRI, into creative research and development. Another part of the equation is tax reliefs, of course. One of the great catalysts for the strong growth of our creative industries has been targeted tax reliefs for different sectors. Reliefs introduced by governments from both sides of this House. And we built on those in our first 100 days in government with an enhanced independent film tax credit to support homegrown talent and UK co-productions, and enhanced tax relief for visual effects from the start of this year. This tax relief sends a clear message to our directors, visual effect artists and actors. Be courageous, take risks and reap the rewards. Your government is behind you. I hope to be able to say some more on the matter of film and high-end television at the Select Committee tomorrow morning. I'm sure the Select Committee have some difficult questions for me. We want to see, in relation to skills, education and the workforce, we want to see more good quality creative jobs and more creative businesses popping up across the country. But too often what I hear from young people is that they could no more dream of getting those jobs than going to the moon. That is not just a tragic waste of human potential, it's bad business. It's why people like Stephen Knight, the creator of Peaky Blinders, who is working to bring in a film school in Birmingham, is recruiting and training 20% of the workforce from local postcodes. And I applaud him. Because it is essential for investors to know that they don't have to incur the costs of shipping people in to work on a project when that talent exists everywhere, but that opportunity does not. That's why we made it a core priority in our manifesto to improve access to arts and music as part of our opportunity mission. And we wasted no time in getting that work underway, with the Education Secretary launching an expert-led independent curriculum and assessment review within a month of the general election. But on top of that review, we provided a further £3 million to expand the Creative Careers programme so we can broaden and diversify the talent pipeline in the creative industries. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's only by restoring culture's place in the classroom and beyond that that we will be able to get young people ready for the creative jobs of tomorrow. We set up Skills England to work with employers to help give us a coherent national picture of where skills gaps exist and how they can be addressed through further qualifications and technical education. In its first report, Skills England highlighted the importance of the creative industries for both current and future opportunity and growth. And this means ensuring there are opportunities in the workplace too. We know apprenticeships can be incredible springboards into the creative careers, but that relies on there being a levy which works in the interests of both employers and apprentices. I heard repeatedly, time and again, for years before the general election, from creative industries, how difficult it was to use the apprenticeship levy in their industry. If you're making a film, the project might be a 6 or 7 or 8 month project. That isn't enough to meet the previous criteria for the apprenticeship levy. And that's why I'm really proud that we are working with Skills England to transform the apprenticeships levy into a new growth and skills levy to create opportunities and give greater flexibility to both employers and apprenticeships. We plan to bring forward changes so that shorter apprenticeships are available from August 2025, recognising the particular needs of the creative industries. A 12-month apprenticeship is no good for employers who need skills for projects that are shorter than this. We're knocking down that needless hurdle. On grassroots music, for sectors like music, the grassroots is always where it all begins. So we're not only continuing to support the Arts Council England's Supporting Grassroots Music Fund, we're going to be working up a 10-point plan here for music, but when I looked at it earlier this morning, it was a 12-point plan already. The truth of the matter is that music is a vital part of our lives, whether it's classical music, opera, pop music, heavy metal, I know some people like. I see the former Secretary of State over there is nodding his head in a sort of heavy metal sort of way. He has to be careful, you know, at his age. I think he's younger than I am. But anyway, but the point is made that we all have our different tastes in music, but we know how important it is to people's enjoyment of life. It's important to their being able to express themselves. And there is nothing as important as being able to go to a live music event. One of the things that we're working very hard on, I've already made a statement about this earlier on this year, is trying to make sure that the secondary ticket market, which has behaved in a frankly duplicitous and often parasitical way on the music industry, is brought to heel and actually operates in the interests of fans. I want to also, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk about exports. We have some remarkable export strengths when it comes to the creative industries. A sector like publishing achieved year-on-year growth and is now worth £11.6 billion to our economy, with export income accounting for almost 60% of their revenue. We are the largest book exporter in the world, and we should be proud of it. But we need more success stories like publishing, and we need to make sure that the problems that publishing is having today in terms of exporting books, for instance, elsewhere in the European Union, are overcome. To do that, we need to fix some of the issues the last government unfortunately failed to address, such as touring. If we want the next generation of Ed Sheerans, Dua Lipas, Adeles and Stormies to stand any chance of breaking into new markets, they have to be able to perform overseas without having to navigate a maze of rules and regulations. And that's why we're engaging with the EU and the EU member states with a view to finding an answer that improves arrangements for touring across the European continent without seeing a return to free movement. And I would also say this equally applies to the art market, because the problems that now arise in terms of an artwork being brought to the UK to be sold in the UK art market, where it might command the highest price, but face the greatest difficulties in entering the country, that's the kind of thing we also need to sort.
The Minister's giving a very substantial speech, but he has been on his feet for 30 minutes, so hopefully he'll be coming to a conclusion at some point.
I'm afraid I inherited this speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I will try to shut up as soon as I possibly can. But I think I've united the House there. That's very unkind. I feel a bit upset now. Anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker, it won't have escaped honourable members that the challenges I've outlined today are all interconnected. You can't, as I've said, have thriving creative businesses without creative talent with the right skills. You won't see strong export growth numbers without businesses being able to access the finance they need to expand. The independent film tax relief will be worth nothing if we don't have a curriculum that values culture and fosters, champions and promotes creativity. And that is why we're focused on the whole creative ecosystem, from the first spark of inspiration in the classroom to the first leap into the unknown at a theatre or grassroots music venue, to getting the first foot on the ladder to take a local business national and a national business global. This government recognises that it all matters, and it is through the partnership I've spoken about today that we hope to make sure that growth in these industries continues to grow for many decades to come.
The question is that this House has considered the creative industries, and I call the Shadow Minister Stuart Andrew.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It really is a pleasure to speak in this debate today, and may I right at the outset apologise that I won't be here for the closing statement, the closing of the debate, because I have to travel back to Leeds for a funeral tomorrow. Our creative industries are world-leading, as the Minister said, with limitless creativity, imagination and entrepreneurial spirit. Our creative industries are fundamental to the UK economy. The contribution they make has often been underappreciated. These industries generate £124 billion a year and employ over 2.4 million people in every corner of the country. And as we've heard, growing the economy means growing our creative industries, even if there was a desperate attempt by the Minister to boost his book sales during his speech. But the importance of the creative industries also goes beyond the economy, because they provide the news that informs our democracy, the events that showcase our talent, and the films that we all love. The imagination of our designers, writers, artists and creators is world-leading and brings joy, inspiration and opportunity to our lives. It can be testament to the UK being a world leader in many things, events included, given this phenomenal success of events like the Olympics and other sporting events, the coronation, and, of course, the Eurovision Song Contest. My right honourable friend mentioned a moment ago Darren Henley's book. He actually mentions me in that book as the first and only ever minister for the Eurovision Song Contest. Probably about the only position I've held in government that my partner was actually interested in. No. That's why, in government, as Conservatives, we backed our creative industries. Our record on supporting the creative industries speaks for itself. Between 2010 and 2022, the creative industries grew at more than twice the rate of UK gross value added, expanding by more than 50%. More than 1 million new jobs were also created in the sector during that period. During the pandemic, we introduced unprecedented support to the creative industries, including the £1.57 billion Culture Recovery Fund, the £500 million film and TV production restart scheme, and the £800 million live events reinsurance scheme. This support protected over 5,000 organisations and supported 220,000 jobs, ensuring that our creative industries have been able to bounce back. Our commitment to support the creative industries also extended to significant tax release. We introduced over £1 billion of tax release for the creative industries, including support for filmmakers through the UK Independent Film Tax Credit and business rates relief for theatres and cultural venues. This investment complemented our creative industries sector deal, which saw £350 million of public and private investment into the sector. And a key example is the £37 million and new devolved powers to the North East Mayoral Combined Authority, creating a film and TV powerhouse up in the North East, which will enable £450 million of private investment and build the new Crown Works studio, an important measure as we seek to spread the opportunities that creative industries have right across the United Kingdom. Indeed, we published a sector vision setting out our ambition to grow the creative industries by £50 billion and to create 1 million extra jobs in the creative sectors. This sector vision didn't set out warm words or platitudes, but set out a real plan backed by real investment. Our plan included a £28 million investment in the Create Growth programme to support high-growth creative business across the UK, an additional £50 million for the second wave of the Creative Clusters programme, building on the £56 million announced in 2018, and £3.2 million for the Music Export Growth Scheme to enable emerging artists to break into new international markets. A real plan backed by real investment to grow our creative industries by that £50 billion. Now, personally, I don't doubt any of the Minister's personal ambitions for the creative sectors. And where the governments are ambitious, we will always seek to be a constructive opposition, because the potential to grow is huge, and the UK has such a great reputation. Equally, we will also do our job in highlighting the impact that choices made by the government are having a potentially significant risk to the sector, because that is the right thing to do. Now, in opposition, Labour promised to fire up the engines of our creative economy. They said that they would make the creative industries central to a decade of national renewal. A great ambition, which makes it even more confusing that Labour failed to support every single tax relief the Conservatives introduced for these industries since 2010. And I'm afraid to say that so far the reality is that there is significant harm being done by the government. In the Chancellor's budget of broken promises, Labour drove the tax burden up to its highest level, surpassing amounts after the Second World War. Far from firing up the economy, they have extinguished growth by introducing a national insurance jobs tax that will cost employers in the DCMS sectors £2.8 billion. I will.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm enjoying the speech from the Honourable Gentleman from Daventry, but whilst he's talking about the last government's record, could he tell me how their plan to defund dozens of creative BTECs and the denigration of creative degrees as Mickey Mouse degrees gives any confidence to those people who seek to study those subjects they can go into the pipeline of talent that he has talked about?
Well, I think we have absolutely shown our commitment, as I've just illustrated, to the creative industries and wanting it to grow. But equally, we want to make sure that courses that people are doing equip them well for the opportunities that will come in the future. I don't see there's anything wrong in always raising those questions. Now, they have also slashed... yes.
He said that we, the Labour Party in opposition, voted against every single tax relief for the creative industries. He knows perfectly well that we supported every single one of them and that we originally initiated them. Can I just suggest that we stop this silliness? Because I'm guessing that at some point they will vote against third reading of the finance bill, which will have a tax relief in it. And if that means that we then start saying that they vote against every tax relief, it will be a nonsense. It would be better if we all just grew up and started saying that we all support the tax reliefs for the creative industries.
Stuart Andrews.
Well, given that he's just been going on about 14 years of the last Conservative government, I find that a bit hypocritical, but that doesn't surprise me. They have also slashed the retail, hospitality and leisure relief, and they have set out plans to burden businesses with over 70 radical 1970-style regulations, imposing £4.5 billion of additional costs on business. And I am worried that there seems to have been a failure to protect the creative industries from the Chancellor's growth-killing budget, as she failed to protect them, as the Department also failed to protect them from the Deputy Prime Minister's radical employment rights bill. Now, I welcome the £60 million support package, but will it really touch the sides when measured against the impact of the budget? Don't take it from me. Take it from the Arts Council England, who warned that the government's national insurance jobs tax will have significant implications for cultural organisations. Take it from the Music Venue Trust, as we've just heard, who have warned that changes to retail, hospitality and leisure relief will put over 350 grassroots music venues at imminent risk of closure, representing a potential loss of more than 12,000 jobs, over £250 million in economic activity, and the loss of over 75,000 live music events.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I'm sure, like me, he's received a whole series of briefs from sectors right across the creative industries. Now, their main concern is this possibility of a copyright exception, the watering down of a copyright regime. This is the thing that unites them in anger against this government. Now, the Secretary of State didn't even think to mention this in his half an hour or so of peroration. What is the Conservative Party's views on all this, and will they work with us in order to try and oppose this?
Stuart Andrew.
Well, I have to say to him in the meetings that I've been having with the sector, yes, he's right, of course, that that is one of the main issues that they are concerned about. But equally, they are very worried about the impact the national insurance contributions are going to have on them too. And that is why I do recognise some of these are difficult and challenging issues, and on those we will obviously want to work as constructively as we can, but we will hold the government to account. As I was saying, it's not just me that's saying all of this. Take it from the Chief Executive of the Curve Theatre, who warned that the Employment Rights Bill will have a financial knock for all theatres, and changes to BPR is significant in the impact it will have on historic houses, settings that have seen so many iconic dramas being made and films like Downton Abbey. These impacts are significant. But I regret to say the bad news for our creative industries doesn't end there, because unfortunately it is clear that Labour just don't have a plan. They scrapped the Conservative government's review of Arts Council England, then launched a new review starting from square one. They spent over 5 months in government before making any announcements on AI in the creative industries, quietly sneaking out a consultation 8 days before Christmas, hoping no one would notice. And then to top it all off, they published a press release boasting about the confirming of the Conservative government's independent film tax credit. Now, as I said, I will work constructively with the government, but they must take their fingers out of their ears and recognise that the choices they have made are potentially crushing our world-leading creative industries from being even greater successes. We want to build on the great success that people over the years have done so much in the sector and have built to build up the amazing creative industries we have in this country. Our creative industries are world leading, but they need stability and certainty to survive. There are lots of opportunities, but also a host of challenges. Yes, the budget implications and AI and copyright. And as I say, we stand to work constructively with the government where they seek to be ambitious. But equally, when we hear the concerns that we have heard over and over again in our meetings with the sector, we will push and challenge. To conclude, the UK can be very proud of the amazing creative industries we have, whether it be our fashion designers, film, TV, radio and photography, museums, galleries or libraries, music and performing arts. They offer real opportunities to this country's economy. They are something that we can be proud of. Yes, they provide a great deal of soft power. But if we're not careful, we are in danger of damaging them beyond belief. And I ask the Department to press the Treasury to think again about the impact of the budget choices they made on the sector.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as well as a very rich industrial and political heritage in Newport, we have a vibrant community of creatives and creative industries. So it's a really good opportunity today in government time to highlight these in Newport and also shamelessly plug some of the local bands that I like later on. Creative businesses in Newport generate a not insignificant turnover of around 400 million annually. That's 555 businesses employing more than 5,000 people locally, a figure that doesn't even account for the very talented number of freelancers. Many of these enterprises are micro businesses, small but mighty, much like Newport, and together they form the lifeblood of our grassroots art and culture scene and give further performers the space and the opportunity to develop. Newport is home to an extraordinary wealth of talent, from theatre practitioners and visual arts to community connectors, people who dedicate themselves to bringing arts and culture to life in our city. Local champions like John Hallam from Maindy Unlimited, Lauren Henry of Urban Circle, George Harris of Tinshed Theatre and Jules Benson of Reality Theatre are among many others. For years, they've worked to ensure that access to the creative industries in Newport is inclusive, an example of which is the brilliant opera Sonic, who are currently supporting a band formed by the city's Roma community called Newport Boys. And it's not just live performance. Thanks to our striking industrial and natural landscapes and distinctive architecture, Newport has become a veritable filming hotspot in the UK. For over 2 decades, it's been a familiar backdrop for Doctor Who, and Newport was recently showcased in the new S4C series Arivine and is prominently featured in ITV's Out There and Netflix's Sex Education. Supporting these are state-of-the-art studios like Urban Myth and Studio Art, both located in my constituency, where global streaming projects are being created all the time. And in terms of the talent pipeline that the Minister mentioned, much work is being done to find the many skills, develop and find the many skills we need locally in this industry. Any contribution about Newport's creative industries would not be complete without celebrating our music scene, which has seen a remarkable renaissance, a fact recognised by NME recently. I was delighted to join Sam Dabb and Le Pub earlier this month to celebrate the building's purchase with help from the UK Government by Music Venues Properties, set up by the Music Venue Trust, who launched their annual report here last week. For over 3 decades, Le Pub has stood at the cornerstone of Newport's music culture, and it's great its future has now been safeguarded for future generations and a space to grow new bands. Bands that have emerged from Le Pub recently include the brilliant Bug Club, hailing from Monmouthshire, alongside Newport's own Murder Club, the Rogues, Joe Kelly and the Royal Pharmacy, Failsafe, Jack Perrott and many others, and a new generation of artists like a new band called Hair Dye, who are getting much attention. Newport is fortunate to have many other grassroots venues, including McCann's, the Cab and the volunteer-led Corn Exchange, all of which will be part of the up-and-coming Newport Music Trail in March, a free 2-day festival in the city centre. We are indeed a cultural powerhouse. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in order to ensure that it continues to thrive, we must ensure this cultural renaissance in our city is not just celebrated but supported. So I'm pleased the Government, along with the Welsh Government and Newport City Council, recognise the importance of creative industries as a driver of economic growth and social well-being. In the draft budget this year, the Welsh Government's committed to supporting the hospitality sector with a 40% non-domestics rate relief. This builds on the £1 billion support allocated to retail, leisure and hospitality rates release schemes since 2020. We also shouldn't forget the additional 25% rate relief that Newport Council offers to eligible businesses to help those small venues and businesses. Increased funding opportunities to support for grassroots organisations and venues will only help them flourish further. The £1 ticket levy for arena and big gig events to small music venues will have a big impact, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to making this mandatory if live events industry doesn't do it voluntarily. Working to tear down the barriers to touring will also be crucial for the continued success, not just of British supporters and their art, but of our talented sound engineers and the haulage industry too. So an update on that work was much welcome. With the right investment, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government and a government that truly understands the untapped potential of our world-leading creative industries, we can continue to build on this success and secure Newport's creative legacy for generations to come. And I look forward to welcoming the Minister to Newport whenever he can come.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister referenced his own greatest creative output, which is hitting bookshelves soon, apparently. I'm afraid I can't match that. A Jaffa Cake haiku, which was cruelly overlooked by the McVitie's marketing department, and a local news story about gnomes being banned from the graveyard in Rington in North Somerset is as good as I can muster. Madam Deputy Speaker, the creative industries are the lifeblood of our nation's cultural well-being. We neglect them at our peril, and we must never ignore the voices of creators themselves. This weekend, many of us will have been disturbed to see the interview given by Paul McCartney about the challenge AI poses to the creative industries and creators themselves. The government is, of course, correct to be pursuing artificial intelligence as a route to solving problems in our public services, to boost economic growth and create new jobs. Nobody is going to argue with suggestions of speeding up and improving NHS treatment, of removing pointless interactions with local councils, or smoothing out bureaucracy for businesses in their interactions with government departments. But in the area of creative arts, we have a very different challenge. This government must not put at risk the value of human creativity. I will make no arguments in this House from the perspective of the Luddite tendency. As the MP for the constituency, host to the most influential cyber cluster outside London, that would be daft. I am pro-business and pro-technology, so are the Liberal Democrats. I regard myself as a techno-optimist. Innovation is not just desirable, but it is necessary. But it is not an absolute, particularly when discussing threats to human creativity. I know this because my constituency is not just home to a cyber cluster, it is also a creative powerhouse. Cheltenham festivals bring visitors from around the world. And because we are a creative powerhouse, I receive plenty of communication from creatives in Cheltenham. Robin, a composer, told me he could no longer offer advice to young creatives to rely on a job in the industry. It simply won't pay, and he told me it will get worse if the changes to copyright go through. Consider for a moment the ability of the human mind to compose a tear-jerking piece of music, or the delicate human hand to paint an evocative landscape, or write prose to persuade, inspire, or move the reader. This is innately human in origin. This creative endeavour can and does change the world. It brings us growth, but it brings us so much more besides. There is no doubt that technology has an important and positive role to play in this process, and it already is. Technology and creative content absolutely must work side by side. But if original human creators are not compensated by default as part of this process, we risk a future not of glorious creative technicolor, but of many shades of pale grey. Indeed, some have already warned that we risk a future of infinite pale grey, in which there is no incentive for humans to initiate any creative process whatsoever. Now, a failure to engage in that risk as part of this discussion today and the ongoing discussion on AI would be a dereliction of duty of members of this House. Last week, I and other MPs, some of whom are in the chamber this evening, joined a meeting with a tech company and one of its social media creators. I will not name the company or the creator. That would not be fair and it would not add much to this debate. We were told of the huge growth potential for creators presented by the online and social media world. Creators, we were told, are employing teams of people to produce their content. A big jobs boost. But during the discussion, the following question was posed. What happens to the jobs growth when that creator's work is crawled by AI to the extent that it is being reproduced hundreds, thousands, or even an infinite number of times? Madam Deputy Speaker, if an answer came, it was not comprehensive and it was not persuasive. Now, the mood music suggests that the government and big tech firms favour an opt-out approach for creators, placing burdens on individual musicians, artists and writers to protect their work. Now, I asked an expert about the potential risks of an opt-out approach and received an illuminating answer. The expert told me, for human creators, an opt-out model generally offers, an opt-in model generally offers stronger protection, and here's why. Firstly, control. Creators retain explicit control over how their work is used by AI. Compensation. An opt-in system could be linked to licensing agreements, allowing creators to receive compensation for the use of their work in AI training. I will.
I'm very grateful to him for giving me, and I'm listening very carefully to what he said, and he's spot on about some of the dangers and threats to the sector that AI, generative AI, presents and poses. But does he agree with me there's a way to do this where we could both benefit and serve AI and the creative industries, but it doesn't involve this opt-out, an opt-out that is clearly unworkable and it's never been explained how it's going to exactly work. So can he encourage our other colleagues to look at working together to ensure we get a solution for both sectors?
Wilkinson?
Absolutely, he's entirely right. I agree that the concept of opt-out and opt-in is something that needs to be pursued at greater length. Thirdly, the expert told me that the preservation of value offered stronger protection. By requiring explicit permission, an opt-in model helps maintain the value of original creative works. The expert did point out two drawbacks. Firstly, that an opt-in approach has potential drawbacks in the form of extra administrative burden on creators. But interestingly, this expert's second listed drawback was that opt-in would place limits on AI's ability to gather data for training and development. That doesn't seem like much of a drawback to creators to me. I asked that very same expert what would happen if creators lost their intellectual property rights to AI. The expert told me there was a risk of the following: a loss of income and motivation, a devaluation of creative work, of ethical concerns, of legal uncertainty, and intriguingly, domination by AI operators. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I use the word intriguingly because this expert seems aware of its own power. The expert was Google Gemini. Of course, at this stage, these are unknowns, and there is much uncertainty. Google Gemini is pulling information produced mostly thanks to human endeavour and discussion sourced from across the internet. But that this view is being given by AI itself surely suggests there is a cause for some concern. Our role here must be to protect the interests of humans, not big tech companies, to scrutinise the proposals of big tech companies, avoid the Luddite tendency, crucially, and to build in suitable safeguards. Yes, of course.
Minister?
I'm very grateful, and I don't want to intervene too much as the Minister, but I sympathise with a great deal of what he said. One of my concerns, however, is that we could legislate in this country in a particular direction, to reinforce copyright in the way that has been suggested by other members. The danger is, of course, that AI companies would simply train overseas, using all of our creative talent and intellectual property from the UK without any form of remuneration whatsoever. That's why I think it's really important that we get to a place where we get both sides working together.
Max Wilkinson.
Of course, and the Minister won't be surprised to hear I will move on to that momentarily. Now, if the government is to proceed with an opt-out approach against the will of the creative industry, and I hope it doesn't, then it seems logical that this must come with strong safeguards. These safeguards may come in the form of automatic attribution, so we know where the creative inspiration came from for any work that's been crawled and reproduced. But more importantly, we need suitable levels of compensation to be awarded automatically. In short, if the big tech companies want default access to the work of our creators, they must expect the default to be that they pay for it. Tech firms will argue that this opt-in approach, or one that places the burdens on them, would place us out of step with other nations. I accept that might be the case, but to look at it from another perspective, is really the suggestion that we might give our creative industry more respect such a terrible idea? I do not think so. Given the widespread threat to the creative industries in this nation from this and from other economic circumstances, I would suggest not. I've touched on AI, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would now like to address more briefly a few other subjects. First, I turn to the unfashionable topic, Brexit. The previous Conservative government's disastrous Brexit deal excluded artistic provisions. The effects of this are reflected in a shocking statistic. Between 2017 and 2023, we suffered a 23% drop in British artists touring the EU. Liberal Democrats back free and simple short-term travel arrangements for UK artists to perform in the European Union. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to education. It is well known that changes to policy in the past decade or so have diminished arts education in state schools. More than 40% of schools now no longer enter students for GCSE music or drama, and almost 90% do not offer GCSE dance. Universities are also scaling back their arts offerings. The Liberal Democrats would restore arts subjects to the core of the curriculum, ensuring that every child has access to the opportunity to study music, dance, drama and the visual arts. And finally, I move to local government. Local councils are historically the single biggest funders of culture in their areas, but their spending powers are much reduced, and there is a risk as part of the devolution process. As local government reorganisation happens, there will be additional pressure placed on social care, of children's services, and while that needs attention, we must not allow the arts to be forced further to the fringes of public spending debates, as others have already said.
Would the Honourable Member give way?
Yes, of course.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. And on that point, the funding of local arts and theatres. In my constituency of Horsham, we have a wonderful local theatre called the Capital. It is owned and managed by the District Council. However, we are likely to be merged with some debt-laden councils neighbouring with some of the responsibilities that you outline, and it is a severe threat to its long-term survival. So would the Honourable Member agree that the government needs to look at inventive ways to reverse the decline in local funding, for example, by emulating France's patronage law, which gives 60% tax relief on donations to art organisations?
Well, that sounds like a good idea, but I think there are some really logical ways in which you could do this by ring-fencing some assets for local value, attaching them to car parks which are already producing revenue in local areas, and there are creative ways that different local areas could do this. But it is a concern, and I don't think that discussion has been had as part of the discussion around devolution and local government reorganisation. Now, to conclude...
Just tracking back slightly to the point that was made about health and social care spend by local authorities, is there a good argument to be made that as more and more people require social care and support, particularly in care homes, that there is potentially advantage to investing in the arts and culture, to take that arts and culture to people that would otherwise find it difficult to access it?
Wilkinson.
He's absolutely right, and older people in care homes, they do benefit from these kind of creative outlets. They benefit from people going to them, but also they have days out at our local cultural institutions as well. But some of the challenges we face are global ones, so I will finish with a look at how other governments are supporting their creative sectors. Since 2010, Germany, France and Finland have all increased their budgets. In the same period, the UK reduced its budget for arts and culture provisions by 6%. More recently, EU governments have begun spending more on their creative sectors, as have other governments around the world. The cultural centres of China, Russia, Portugal, France and Spain have all increased their budgets too. This year, we cut the British Council budget by £12 million. I will.
Just briefly, on that point about the... Thank you very much for giving way, Madam Speaker. On that point about the British Council, they are having to sell half of their art in order to be able to pay back a £200 million debt from COVID. Surely that is an example of knowing the price of everything and the value of nothing if we are not in a situation where we can reschedule that debt so that the British Council can retain its valuable pieces of art, 4,500 pieces, which are under threat.
Wilkinson.
The Honourable Lady makes a very good point, and that does sound like a potential devastating blow to our nation. Britain has gifted the world the likes of Charles Dickens' literature, the music of the Beatles, and the best film of all time, Paddington 2. By mending our education system, protecting cultural spend locally, securing a fairer deal with the EU, and protecting creatives from exploitation by AI, we can properly support our creative industry and ensure we continue to make this contribution for many years to come.
Donald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in this important debate. I wanted to focus on three areas: the potential we have in Norwich, education and supporting freelancers. This is an issue I'm passionate about. I grew up in Norfolk, and for much of my childhood my mother ran the local arts centre in King's Lynn, and particularly in rural areas sometimes we forget the value that arts and culture brings. As a councillor in Southwark, I held the culture portfolio, and I saw firsthand the many systemic challenges facing our creative industry. And I just wanted to pause briefly on the rosy picture painted by the member for Daventry, because as the Honourable Member just alluded to, local government had huge cuts under the Conservative government, and we saw a reduction in council spending on arts and culture. So I do think it's important to recognise that austerity has had a huge impact on our creative industries. Yes, I will.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. I'm sure she'd also recognise that there will be sites across her constituency and beyond that were saved during the pandemic by the actions of this government, where £1.57 million in the Culture Recovery Fund literally protected cultural venues up and down the country from what was potentially an existential crisis.
Alice Macdonald.
Thank you very much, and I recognise that point, but I do think, and I saw this as a cultural portfolio holder, that we increasingly had to bid for small pots of money without the overall systemic funding that we saw, and we were able to keep all our libraries open, and I know that many local authorities were forced to make difficult decisions, so I recognise some decisions during COVID, but it was against a backdrop of long-term cuts to our cultural sector that I do think we need to recognise. So let me move on, and I will move on to some of the brilliant places that I have in my constituency and in Norfolk. We've seen, and data from the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre shows that cultures of creative businesses support positive economic, social and cultural change across the UK, and not just in major cities. And my own city of Norwich has been identified as an emerging creative culture. It is a UNESCO City of Literature, home to the National Centre for Writing, and the wonderful creative writing course at the University of East Anglia, which counts Ian McEwen, Rose Tremaine, as well as more recently Emma Healy as one of its graduates. And Norfolk was even the first city to adopt the Public Libraries Act, Norwich, of 1850, and is home to the wonderful Millennium Library, which is also a library of sanctuary, which is very important at the moment. We also have the Sainsbury Centre for Visual Arts, and I particularly wanted to highlight the Pay What You Can model that they have just introduced to ensure culture is accessible to all. And before Christmas, I saw the world premiere of Carlos Acosta's Nutcracker in Norwich, which has now come to London. So as well as investing in opportunities outside of London, we can also learn a lot from what we see in those areas. And just touching briefly on skills, we have a great ecosystem in Norwich. As I mentioned, we have the University of East Anglia, but we have the Norwich University of the Arts, which has been supported by the Arts and Humanities Research Council to invest in a new immersive screen facility in Marcross in my constituency, which will help to create quality jobs for the future. And we have City College Norwich with cutting-edge digital teaching facilities. We are also home to many entrepreneurs and startups, and I really welcome what the Minister said about ensuring access to finance is there. I visited Accela, a startup incubator, that really highlighted this as one of the biggest barriers to SMEs in our area. So, as you can see, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a huge amount of potential in Norwich, a lot of which is not known about. And in my role as one of the Members of Parliament for that city, I want Norwich to be recognised for what it is, a centre of innovation and creativity, as well as a very historic, beautiful city to visit. So we have a huge amount to be proud of, but we do need joined-up action at all levels to unlock it. And as I've heard from many in the sector, we need stability and certainty, which I know this government is determined to bring. So I wanted to ask the Minister about a few specific areas. I welcome the funding that he referenced, the £40 million of funding for Create Growth, the UK Games Fund and the UK Global Screen Fund. And it would be good to understand how businesses in my area can benefit from that. The UK RI's Creative Clusters programme, delivered by the Arts and Humanities Research Council, has been shown to boost regional economic growth. Norwich has yet to benefit from a creative cluster investment, so can the Minister update us on this programme so that more regions can benefit? And we've touched on devolution already. That is a big topic of conversation in Norfolk right now, as it is in many areas across the country. I welcome the ambition to give local areas more control over growth and skills, which is a big barrier in this area. But can the Minister also assure me that the creative industries will play a key part in devolution, and also for areas like Norfolk, where we do not yet have a devolution deal or a mayoral combined authority, that we won't lose out on investments whilst that goes through its journey? And I do want to welcome the recently published Norfolk Growth Strategy from our County Council and the Business Board locally that really sets out a pathway to how we can maximise the creative industries. So I wanted to turn now to education. We have seen, and data shows, that there has been a decline in people studying creative subjects at further education and HE level. And I really, I think we did see the value of creative education being taught down under the previous government, and even though we know it's important to invest in them, as well as obviously subjects like science. So I hope the government's curriculum review will restore creative education to the heart of our schools and ensure all pupils can benefit from studying music, theatre, creative writing and more. Hear, hear. If it's not central to the school curriculum, we know it becomes the domain of the wealthy and more privileged. Absolutely. And we must open up opportunity to all children, irrespective of their background or which school they go to. When I was a child, as I'm sure many people are here, I was able to benefit from free music lessons, and although the cello doesn't get much of an outing anymore, I do want to note the importance of music lessons in school, but too often the provision of that is not stable across the country and can be insufficient. So will this government commit to improving and expanding music teaching in schools and ensure the workforce is valued and treated with respect? I just want to make one point raised by one of my constituents regarding the need for young people with SEND to get extra support, in particular the need for people with autism to get into arts and the broader creative sector. Finally, just a note on freelancers. As I mentioned, I was the Cabinet Member for Culture as we came out of the pandemic, and I heard from many freelancers about the really difficult impact the COVID pandemic had on them, and a feeling that too often, not just in that period, but their voice isn't heard in this sector. We know that they comprise a large population of the creative sector's workforce, I think about 28%. So while it does come with many benefits like flexibility, it comes with many risks like low pay and a lack of entitlement to a range of workplace rights. So I hope the Minister in his closing remarks could update us on support to freelancers, including conversations with the Business Department pertaining to the Employment Rights Bill. Hear, hear, hear. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many areas that could be discussed in this debate, and I have touched on a few of them. I know we've discussed already AI at length, and I did want to note that my constituents have also raised this with me, and the importance of getting the balance right in this area. But overall, it's clear to me that this government does recognise the benefit of the creative sectors, that we will invest in them. And I think he'll be invited to every single place in the country, but I hope the Minister might come to the east of England to see how much there is to offer, and I look forward to working with him and his team to maximise that benefit. Thank you.
Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to talk about our world-leading creative industries. I listened very carefully to everything the Minister said, and there was a lot of it. I love his undoubted passion for these sectors. I love the understanding that he has for them, and the really, really strong narrative, the rhetoric that he puts into his support for them. And I just hope and pray that that is contagious, and that he has the energy to be able to ensure that that actually delivers real, meaningful, robust commitment from the government that turns into action on behalf of these sectors, because there's so much we can be proud of. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen Oscar nominations for Felicity Jones, for Cynthia Erivo, for Ralph Fiennes, and of course everyone's favourite, Wallace and Gromit. And I'm sure the Minister was not impervious to the brat summer that we all went through last year, and that being reflected in Charlie XCX's 5 Brit Award nominations. And of course this year we'll have not only the inaugural South by Southwest London event, and indeed the World Design Congress, which is going to be taking place here for the first time in more than 50 years. our creative industries are remarkable. They have an immense soft power value as well, and I really welcome the DCMS and FCDO are working together to increase the UK's influence abroad. As ever, the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee are trailblazers in this. Madam Deputy Speaker, working with the Foreign Affairs Committee and the International Development Committee last year to look at the BBC World Service and its futures, and ministers can expect to see the results of that very soon. And the launch of the Soft Power Council as a collaboration between the two departments has been welcomed by the creative industries. I say welcomed, I should say tentatively welcomed, because alongside warm words, the sector also needs to see the government walk the walk of this if they're really going to harness the global superpower of our creative industries, whether that's by cutting red tape, whether it's by establishing bilateral cultural agreements that do enable our creatives to tour the world, or by looking at how we pitch government intervention to ensure the world continues to invest here. With that in mind, I am concerned that the breadth of the creative industries is underrepresented on the council. Fashion, design, video games, and apart from music, most of the performing arts are missing, despite their immense popularity and their international influence, and I wonder if the Minister could look at that. Now, we're very excited on the Select Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, because tomorrow the Minister will... Of course.
It's just it might be easier to answer that immediately. I've been very keen to try and to make the Creative Industries Council a bit smaller, so that, but it will have lots of separate working groups which will include all the industries that she talked about. In the end, it's about deliverables. It's not just about having another talking shop. That's what I'm very keen to deliver.
Dinenage. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, we might be here a long time if he answers every question that I'm going to ask over the next few minutes, but let's have a go. So we're very excited, as I said, very excited. The Minister's going to be appearing in front of the Select Committee tomorrow, the final episode of our very, very, very long-running inquiry into film and high-end TV. I don't want to give away too much, no spoilers, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I did want to share with the House evidence that we have recently received. Everyone will have had a different TV highlight over Christmas, but two massive hits, I think, undoubtedly, were The Mirror and the Light on the BBC and Black Doves on Netflix. Now, Peter Kosminski, the director of The Mirror and the Light, has told us quite recently that every streamer turned down the option to take up that show, despite the awards and the critical success and acclaim of that first series of Wolf Hall. In fact, the only possible way to make it was for the producer, the writer, the director, and the leading star to all give up a significant proportion of their fees. It's unimaginable, isn't it? And that's not unique. The Producers Alliance for Cinema on Television, charmingly known as PACT, warn of 15 greenlit dramas that are stuck unmade because the financial contribution of a public sector broadcaster that they can offer, together with sales advance and UK tax breaks, simply isn't enough to compete with the current inflated cost environment. Jane Featherstone spoke to us, the producer of Black Doves, but also massive hits like Broadchurch and Chernobyl, and she said that the PSBs are being priced out of making high-end drama, which means British stories for British audiences are at risk, and as are the training grounds for the next generation of talent. He talks so much about the importance of creative education, but if we haven't got jobs for those young people to come into when they leave school, we are literally selling the next generation a dream. And I know the Minister and the Secretary of State really value the telling of British stories, so the Minister can be expecting us to press him on this tomorrow. And when it comes to British stories from our isles, we can't ever overlook the value of our PSBs and the challenges they face due to competition from international streamers and indeed changing audience behaviour. The uniquely British flavour of productions like Fleabag and Derry Girls and Peaky Blinders are some of our most popular and enduring exports. But it's no exaggeration to say that they are facing an existential challenge. So over the coming months, we'll be hearing from the leadership of the BBC, Channel 4, Ofcom, talking about the Charter Review, the implementation of the Media Act and the wider challenges. And we also want to discuss advertising with them and other broadcasters, because the shift from broadcast to online advertising, although it's not new, we must ensure they're not left disadvantaged by outdated competition rules. I also want to make sure that the creative industries are delivering for their employers and their contractors. CISA, the Creative Industries Independent Standards Authority under the brilliant stewardship of Jen Smith and Baroness Kennedy, are at a critical point. They conclude their consultation on standards today. It concerns me that while some parts of the creative industries make positive noises about CISA, in reality they don't lean in, and other organisations, especially those headquartered abroad, are reluctant to engage at all. I know the Minister cares about this, but if we're going to recruit and critically retain talented people, there needs to be no hiding place for bad behaviour. I'm so delighted about the Minister's commitments to our grassroots music venues levy, and for the signal that he will be willing to act if the voluntary solution isn't working out. The establishment of the Live Trust is a step in the right direction, and I hope that more will be done to include artists and independent promoters in the conversations about where the money will go and how it's distributed. So could I please ask him to maybe give us a little update about that later on in his remarks. Last week, it's a whistle-stop tour of the performing arts and creative industries here. Last week, the National Theatre launched their Scene Change report, which highlights the willingness of the performing arts to innovate their business models, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will be looking carefully at the recommendations, but there's 2 key points I wanted to pull out. Our creative industries generate more for our economy than, as he said, aerospace, oil and gas, renewables, all added together. But they do need that really robust industrial strategy to match their firepower. And without investment, there's no innovation. Like, if you look at the National Theatre, there is much a totemic British export to something like BAE or Rolls-Royce. The NT at home has brought their productions to new audiences across the UK and indeed across the world, but so few in the sector have the funds for projects like this. So I'd like the Minister to look at the innovation fund they're recommending, which could drive growth. And secondly, as the Minister mentioned, the role of UKRI, they exist to foster research and innovation, yet the creative arts are wildly underrepresented compared to their GVA. Now, I know the Minister enjoys a bit of theatrics, so while I was at the National Theatre, I was wondering which of their productions best reflected him. Now, there's the importance of being earnest, which one review of the current production noted just the right of delightful mischief. Then there's Nye, the story of a hugely influential Welsh politician taking policies through against enormous opposition. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, then I realised we need to go back a bit further to smash hit One Man, Two Governors. Because the Minister finds himself working for both the Secretary of State for Science and the Culture Secretary. And our story begins just as he is trying to justify the government's proposal on AI and copyright. Now, the Secretary of State for DCIT claimed that I don't understand the idea of consultations, and the Minister claimed that I don't understand the detail of this consultation. And now I'm beginning to feel a bit gaslit by it all. But I know the Science Secretary isn't saying the same thing to the creative industries. I know this because I'm told he's refused to meet them at all. So I wonder, is the Minister telling the creative industries that they don't understand the detail? Because everyone I've spoken to in the sector seems to understand the detail perfectly, and they don't like it. So what would I say? This is not about pitting the creative industries about AI, and this is not a Luddite sector. They use AI to great effect, and they are always at the forefront of embracing innovation. He said so himself. They never abide by the straitjacket of conformity. It's about having a system that's transparent, as he said, but also licensing arrangements that protect intellectual property. The government's consultation says there's a lack of clarity in the current regime, but the people I speak to tell me the current situation is perfectly clear, and the large AI developers can't legally use it to their advantage. Instead, the government's proposals move the onus onto creators to protect their work rather than AI developers to seek permission to use it. It's what's known as the opt-out. So we have the opt-in, the opt-out, the opt-in, the opt-out. It is like the legislative equivalent of the hokey-cokey. Just because unscrupulous developers aren't seeking permissions from rights holders does not mean we should now bend the system in their favour. Our world-leading creative industries are clear that the EU's opt-out model, which the government's consultation favours, doesn't work. They say there's no technical protection measure that currently exists that allows right holders to easily protect their content from scraping. The web bots take advantage of this unworkable system to copy protected works by bypassing inadequate technology and unclear copyright exception. Put simply, the EU opt-out system creates an even greyer area than currently exists. I know he doesn't agree with me, so can I ask him to agree with me on just 2 points? If the government is determined to go down the opt-out route, any opt-out must be really tightly defined and enforced so that developers cannot willfully disapply it or plead ignorance. And secondly, that any technical solution to protect rights needs to be adequately future-proofed so that creators and developers don't simply end up in an arms race to find new ways for those who are hoovering up copyrighted works. And can I ask him to address 2 questions? I've always said that AI should provide the solution to AI, and that's what we all hope will happen. But what happens if a suitable technical solution to protect rights isn't found? Do we stick to the status quo and keep the onus on AI developers to follow the law? And it is notable that the creative industries are not represented on the Science and Technology Cabinet Committee. So can he confirm that they will have a voice around the final table when the decisions are made? Because if they aren't to be the cherry on the cake that he described, they need a seat at the table. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to end my speech on a pessimistic note. There is much to be optimistic about for our creative industries. They are the envy of the world on virtually every front. And I know the Minister loves a song quote. So it's almost as if the top 3 songs of all time, according to Rolling Stone magazine, could provide the backdrop for him and his role right now. Do you know what they are, Madam Deputy Speaker? Madam Deputy Speaker, a change is going to come, but he needs to fight the power and give our creative industries what they deserve. Respect.
Well, follow that, Joe Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour to follow on from the Right Honourable Member, who is an excellent chair of the Select Committee, even when she is telling me off for going over my allotted time. Madam Deputy Speaker, growing up in Manchester in the 90s, I saw firsthand how culture can breathe new life into a city struggling with the aftermath of deindustrialisation. In the face of economic decline, it was community cinemas, street art and independent venues that became the beating heart of Manchester city centre. Spaces like Canal Street flourished, not just as a hub for Manchester's LGBT community, but as a vibrant city centre that reflected the city's cultural and inclusive spirit, all powered by music, creativity and diversity that defined our nightlife scene, and I am giving away my age now. That particular scene was accessible to me as I grew up in Salford, right where Media City now calls home. The BBC's move marked the largest relocation of any public sector organisation outside of London this century. And since then, Salford has seen a remarkable 142% growth in employment within the creative and digital sectors, along with a 70% increase in the number of digital and creative businesses. Media City stands as a powerful example of how the creative industries can deliver both economic and social benefits to local communities. And that experience shaped my belief in the transformative power of culture to regenerate communities and drive economic revival. It was culture that turned the tide for Manchester, and I believe today's generation deserves that same opportunity. And with this government... Absolutely, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Southside Studios in Leighton Buzzard repurposes vacant spaces on the High Street, and that brings in turn people into the High Street. As well as that, we've also got the Peppercorn team who want to see a cultural and heritage centre, again to bring people into the town centre. So would my honourable friend agree that this isn't just something that can happen in cities, but actually the cultural industries have got the ability to bring growth to our market towns as well?
I thank my honourable friend for that comment, and it's something that I am going to refer to just within my next speech now. But you make an excellent point
And I think it's something that this government is going to be focused on. So with the Labour government, it's a pivotal moment to make culture truly accessible for all and to ensure that communities like mine in Leigh and Atherton can experience how culture has become a driving force for positive change. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken many times in this chamber about my previous role at Leigh Spinners Mill, and I'm sick of sending Hansard copies over to them now. It cost me a fortune in postage. But by revitalising a one-stormont, 100-year-old cotton mill, we created a thriving creative hub for artists, musicians and creative businesses to set up. And it proves that towns like mine are full of rich creative talent. And this effort mirrors the important work done by the Music Venue Trust, which is dedicated to creating spaces where grassroots music venues can flourish. And one such example is the Snug in Atherton. This venue has become a cornerstone of the town's nightlife, playing a crucial role in revitalising the town centre over the years. So what we are seeing here is a model of local ownership and community-driven success. It aligns perfectly with Labour's vision and the values of cooperatives, fostering local empowerment and ensuring that communities can take ownership of their spaces and their futures. However, as much as we celebrate these successes, we must also acknowledge the challenges facing creative industries. Grassroots creative artists, particularly in towns like Leigh, have often felt left behind. Too many talented individuals feel overlooked by the larger cultural institutions and excluded from the opportunities that they deserve. Now, I welcome the Minister's comments and his focus on the creative industries, putting them at the heart of the forthcoming industrial strategy, which will play a key role in this government's plan for change. And I'm under no illusion that we are going to get some huge financial institution investing in Leigh, creating thousands of jobs. That's not going to happen. So what we do need is the growth to our existing industries and our many creative industries that keep our small towns working. We need to reassess funding models, rethink policy frameworks and build stronger educational pipelines to ensure that everyone, regardless of background or postcode, can access careers in culture, media and sport. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister as well on a well-publicised proposal, which I believe could be a game-changer for visual artists, is the introduction of a smart fund. This initiative, backed by creative industry organisations, could unlock the economic potential of the sector by creating new mechanisms of support for freelance artists and the wider visual art sector. This is a vital step towards bringing the UK into line with other countries and ensuring that creators from all backgrounds have the support that they need to thrive. It's essential that any funding reaches grassroots artists and organisations, those working in town centres and local communities. I am passionate about creating the physical and financial space for the creative industries to flourish, not just in cities, but in smaller towns like Leigh and Daventry. The impact of nurturing local talent cannot be overstated. It brings people together, creates jobs, and build stronger communities. And I'm sure that the government are working hard to address the challenges facing the creative industries, including funding issues, the threat of AI and the skill shortages. This is about more than just jobs or culture. It's about building stronger, more connected and more vibrant communities across our country.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard from many today about the power of art and the impact culture can have on lives. From Shakespeare to the Smiths, from Hockney to Hitchcock, the UK has a proud cultural heritage that has touched all corners of the globe and continues to inspire millions. I'm proud my constituency of Wimbledon has played its part, from filming for the first Carry On film at Merton Park Studios, to hosting the world premiere of Lionel Bart's Oliver, from the University of Arts, London, to the countless creative businesses that call Wimbledon home, not to mention 3 theatres and 2 cinemas. But it's clear there are many challenges facing the industry. The The growth in generative AI and streaming platforms is changing and threatening many. Meanwhile, the pandemic and cost of living crisis has left many creative businesses facing huge financial pressures. This debate is therefore welcomed and could not come at a more important time. Before I proceed further, I must declare my interest in the industry. I'm the owner of a small cabaret bar in Covent Garden and chair of the APPG for the nighttime economy. As such, I'm greatly concerned about what's happening at a grassroots level. Somewhat more embarrassingly, I must also confess that I am myself a failed creative. Being in my youth the lead singer of the obscure new wave outfit, the Gotham City Swing Band. Although my motley crew and I made little impression on the music scene, we still have a small place in history. We were the final band to play the Roxy, the infamous birthplace of British punk, before it closed its doors for the final time that night. Well, if I anticipated my joke, I will leave Madam Deputy Speaker to decide whether it was my performance that ended it all. This brings me to my first issue that I'd like to highlight today, the crisis facing grassroots music venues. The Roxy played a crucial role in shaping British musical history. It provided a shared space for creatives, leading to the formation of bands and genres to still love today. The Roxy was critical to the development of punk and so much that followed in its wake. Grassroots music venues today fulfil this purpose and help keep Britain at the forefront of music. Furthermore, in the age of streaming, where artists struggle to make a living from recordings, live performances are more crucial than ever in providing the essential income that fledgling musicians need. Grassroots venues are the backbone of the industry and provide millions of people access to affordable live music. Without them acting as a pipeline for the music industry, there is no industry. They are, however, disappearing at an alarming rate. The Music Venue Trust estimates over a third of grassroots venues have closed over the past 20 years. And soaring rents, rising utility bills, and the cost of living crisis are putting the remaining ones at risk. In 2023 alone, 125 of them closed or stopped hosting live music. That's 1 in 6 of grassroots venues closing that year. Club music venues are also at risk. Britain's leading role in electronic and dance music is well documented, and nightclubs like Fabric and Ministry of Sound are more than just places to dance. They are cultural institutions. However, due to increasing economic pressure, 10 clubs every month are closing. This is clearly not sustainable. How can we expect to produce the next generation of David Bowie, Norman Cook or Amy Winehouse if we have nowhere for them to play? And if Britain wants to retain its position in the vanguard of popular culture, these closures must end. It's disappointing, therefore, that the government's recent decisions have only made the situation worse. The government's first budget brought the industry even closer to the brink. The Chancellor's decision in October to reduce business rates, really from 75% to 40%, will put 350 grassroots music venues at immediate risk, the potential loss of 12,000 jobs, as it means more than doubling their current business rates. The government must urgently rethink this. If they are serious about supporting our music industry, they must quickly take steps to ensure our music venues can survive, including recognising them as cultural, heritage and community assets, in the same way as other cultural spaces, such as theatres and galleries, are protected. It's not just music venues that are feeling the pinch. Local museums and galleries provide millions of people access to inspiration and history on their doorstep. They provide a sense of place and community in an age of increasing division and isolation. We are lucky in Wimbledon. Merton's art space, based in Wimbledon Library, provides a vital venue for exhibitions and community performances. Whilst the Wimbledon Museum, Wimbledon Windmill provide residents and visitors alike with an important perspective on the past. The Polka Theatre produces award-winning children's productions which inspire and entertain children from across South London and beyond, whilst the new Wimbledon Theatre is the 6th largest theatre in London and home to the wonderful Studio Theatre. But in many places, such venues have long gone or are at risk. The Museums Association, for example, says the civic museum sector is facing an existential crisis as local authorities are under increasing pressure on their budgets. And with the cost of living crisis, many venues cannot rely on community donations to keep them going. The government must therefore take steps to provide local authorities with the funding they need to help keep these institutions going. Without them, our communities will suffer. It's not just the decline of venues that is denying people access to the arts. Over the previous decade, Conservative cut access to the arts in schools, with consistent deprioritisation of creative arts in the curriculum and budget cuts. Access to arts education is not a luxury and should be viewed as a right. Every child, regardless of background, deserves the chance to explore their creative potential. However, currently this is simply not the case. There are fewer specialist teachers than ever before. Since 2010, the number of creative arts teachers in the UK has fallen by 14%, and fewer students are studying arts or the expressive arts to later stages of their education. In 2010, 40% of all GCSE entries were in such subjects. By 2023, this figure had halved. This is not due to a lack of demand. You just have to be around children and young people to see their craving creativity, but due to years of the previous government not taking the task of creating the next generation of creatives seriously. This loss in teachers and decline in students not only deprives individuals of enriched experiences, but depletes the talent pipeline for the future. Studies have repeatedly proved the positive impact arts education can have on young people, boosting mental health, enhancing memory, and increasing cultural awareness. Arts education is an investment worth making. Furthermore, this lack of provision in schools is making creative education, and therefore many careers in the arts, increasingly the preserve of the wealthy, depriving our culture of different views, voices and perspectives. Whilst I appreciate the government have pledged to include arts and creative subjects provision in the curriculum review, they must take further steps. School budgets are tighter than ever, and extra funding must be given to ensure they can provide a full, well-rounded educational offering. We cannot afford to view the creative arts as a luxury. They are central to our economy, our history and our cultural identity. Creative industries contribute £125 billion to the UK economy and entertain, engage and employ millions of people across the country and the world. It is clear if we want to maintain our place as a global cultural leader, we must invest in the future. This government must act to support our musicians, artists and actors of the future. Without intervention, what was once a source of immense national pride will be just another footnote in an avoidable tale of national decline. Thank you.
Yeah. James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been heartening to hear colleagues underscore the significance of this sector this afternoon. From the Chancellor of the Exchequer identifying also creative industries as one of the 8 drivers of economic growth, to the Culture Secretary and the ministers here today who have spoken passionately about this being our cultural and economic superpower. As representatives of the immense talent in Greater Manchester, the Secretary of State for Culture, Media, Sport, and I know well the enormous value brought by film, TV, gaming, publishing, and of course music, a sector particularly close to my heart as a former musician and singer of the only Manchester band nobody's heard of. Across the UK, our creative industries are an ecosystem, mutually supportive and interdependent. These industries are among the fastest growing, with extraordinary potential to drive our nation's #1 mission, that of economic growth. But these ecosystems are fragile and need to be nurtured and supported to flourish. And so we must take seriously and respond to the creative sector's reaction to the government's consultation on AI in this sector. They are confused, alarmed and deeply concerned. Central to their fears is the framing of rights reservations, an opt-out system. This threatens to rip the rug from under our prize sector with proposed sweeping changes to copyright law. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is rights reservations? That which we call an opt-out system by any other name will still sound the alarm. Creators see it for what it is, an upheaval of the copyright protections they depend on, threatening lasting damage to the sector. Copyright doesn't inspire hit songs, smash hit movies or classical texts, but it is the lifeblood of our creative industries. It's what feeds investment, enables musicians, writers, actors, designers, and businesses large and small to earn a living from their work. Copyright is the foundation of what makes our creative industries what they are and could become. Creativity is not an easy anodyne process, and nor should we outsource it to a method that reduces it to such. It takes blood, sweat, tears, countless hours. It doesn't just carry the creator's joys or perceptions, their struggles or vulnerabilities, but speaks often to our own. What connects us to our creative industries is the human emotion they embody. Yes, AI can, will, already does assist creators. Musicians and artists have embraced technological innovation throughout history. AI holds exciting potential to help consumers discover and engage with creative works, but to forfeit the humanity it takes, suggesting AI can replace it, can replace what it takes, insults and will ultimately cost those who pour their lives into this craft, as well as those of us who love to soak it all up. Proposals for new, broad exceptions to copyright and the burden of opting out of having one's life work taken without permission undermine the very principles of copyright and, frankly, of trade and commerce. This is a threat to the livelihoods of creators, especially smaller rights holders, who lack the resources to navigate complex systems or enforce protections against unauthorised AI use. These smaller, independent creators form the bedrock of our creative ecosystem. Without them, the intricate web that sustains our sector will unravel. The richness of our cultural landscape depends not only on our headline acts, but also on the countless independent creators who bring diversity and depth to this sharing industry. Proponents of unfettered AI access to copyrighted works, and that somehow denying AI this access will stifle progress, leaving us behind other territories, describe a false choice and a regressive argument that suggests we sacrifice creators' rights for tech advances. I ask, what advance are we willing on if it undermines the position of strength we start from? We already have divergence between territories on copyright, and the UK leads with strength here. Innovation should uplift us, not exploit. We do not need to weaken our cultural integrity and creative capital for a technological right of way. There is a space to love for all of us, produced by our creative industries. In affirming this view, I wish also to distinguish between those of consumers and creators. Consumers engage with creations at the finish line. They need not understand the hours of labour behind its creation or the securities on which it is created. And that's, of course, absolutely fine. But legislators, policymakers, industry leaders must heed the creator's voice and recognise the existential threats AI poses to their livelihoods if we forfeit copyright as we know it. We must protect, cherish and celebrate the human spirit behind every brushstroke, investigation, every edition, publication, note, verse and chorus. For they carry the joy, the struggle, the love and the loss, the hit and the miss. They express and emote, reflect and relate to us, our human condition. This human creativity, authentic, irreplaceable, deeply connected, often nebulous, defying the precise definition of AI. Artificial cannot replace authentic. Learned behaviour cannot replicate the human condition. So I hope this debate will amplify the voices of AI leaders that are advocating for the very transparency and copyright frameworks that favours creators. The government's consultation is absolutely right to highlight the need for transparency. AI firms have to disclose what they are using in their training data sets. This will enable fair licensing arrangements with the burden on the purchaser of creativity and not the producers of it. This is a pivotal moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, for our creative sector. It comes down to this. Will we protect copyright and creators' rights, or will we defer entirely to AI? We must not let proposals like opt-out systems dismantle the protections that allow creativity to flourish. Let's AI revolutionise our public services, our productivity, precision and efficiency, but let the creative sector remain the authentic space we also enjoy as one of human expression. Creativity is not just a process. It profoundly connects us to one another, provides us with shared humanity, not one of just moments and movements, but of memories we live with forever. It falls on us to protect the muse, the struggle and the joys that define these marvellous creative industries. Let us ensure that creators, not algorithms, remain the first and last word in determining our cultural, economic and human advances.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate and indeed to echo what has been said by many members on both sides of the House. I think this debate is going to produce pretty much unanimity about the importance of our creative industries. And it's a particular pleasure to follow my honourable friend the member for Gosport, my successor, but 3, I believe, as chairman of the Select Committee. And I'm going to particularly concentrate on one or two of the things she said. It is happily now recognised how important the creative industries are to this, to the UK's economy. That has been something which I think has been growing awareness over a long period, ever since a separate government department was founded, the Department for National Heritage, which became the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. And the creative industries are something that the UK is extraordinarily good at. It's still the case that the best-selling music artist of all time, British, the Beatles, the best-selling author of all time, British, Agatha Christie. And now, today, when one goes to a Hollywood movie, the chances are it was made in Pinewood, even though that is not immediately obvious from what you see on the screen, that advertisements originate in this country, that publishing comes from this country, all of the things that the Minister and everybody else has highlighted. It is the case, as the Minister himself said, that there is an ecosystem whereby our most successful commercial creative enterprises rely upon the subsidised sector and vice versa. So you have a case like David Tennant, who can start off life in Hamlet with the Royal Shakespeare Company, go via Doctor Who, and end up on TV in Rivals. I've seen all three. All three were highly enjoyable. And it is also the case that the subsidised sector has benefited over the years from a Conservative invention, that of the National Lottery, which has produced an enormous amount of money, which the taxpayer probably could not actually have afforded to invest. And so many enterprises have benefited from that. I echo what has been said about the importance of education, about the need to ensure that arts are at the core of our curriculum, and also about the importance of grassroots music venues. I went to Music Venue Trust reception last week, as I know quite a number of members did. I was really interested to hear the honourable gentleman, the member for Wimbledon, and his remarks. I didn't quite ever get to the Roxy, but I did go regularly to the Marquee Club in Woodhall Street, the sort of sweaty atmosphere where I heard people like the Buzzcocks and the Clash, and also great bands like Iron Maiden, who started off life in those small venues. And it's a shame that the Marquee Club is no longer with us and that so many venues still struggle. But I would say, as has been referenced already, that actually, had it not been for the Cultural Recovery Fund, which my honourable friend oversaw as Minister in the department during the COVID pandemic, there would be virtually no small venues or indeed large venues left in this country. The Cultural Recovery Fund kept going venues from the Hot Box in Chelmsford all the way up to the Royal Albert Hall, and they were literally looking up over the precipice until the government stepped in. It's also the case that the creative industries have enormous benefits to this country internationally. I too welcome the creation of the Soft Power Council by the government. Having served as chairman of the CMS Select Committee, I now sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, so we are continuing to collaborate between committees, looking at the importance of soft power. And last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, we heard from the British Council, which was referenced earlier in the debate. The British Council does do an extremely important job. It is ridiculous that every year it is having to go to the government and ask to have the loan rolled over, and that until agreement is reached, it is staring at insolvency. And I hope that is something which the government will now address. And the British Council does many worthy things, but one thing in particular it administers, which I have a soft spot for, and I hope the ministers, both ministers from the department and front bench, will share, and that is the Cultural Protection Fund. Another initiative from this country where we use our world-beating expertise in places like the British Museum to help ensure that some of the world's greatest heritage is preserved, particularly when at risk of conflict. It is the case that it is becoming an increasingly competitive environment across the creative industries, and we need to recognise that. British music is still extraordinarily successful, but 2023 was the first year when, for the first time, as I say, there was no British artist in the top 10 best-selling artists across the world. 4 of the best-selling artists in the world in 2023 were Korean. And that shows where the markets are developing, South America too. So it's very important that we continue to give support to creative industries like the music industry through, for instance, the Music Exports Growth Scheme, which was something which was set up by the last government and which I know this government is continuing. And I would welcome that and hope that that will be maintained. But I do want to say a word, as has almost every single speaker in this debate so far, about copyright. I currently chair the all-party group on intellectual property, and we recently had a meeting with the chairs of all the APPGs representing music, representing publishing, representing visual art, representing media, who came together to listen to those creative industries express their deep concern about the government's suggestions that they may introduce an exception to the copyright protection which will benefit AI. Now, there are good things. Firstly, there are good things about AI. AI is not a threat to be beaten off. It can be of real value to creative industries. Companies like Universal Music are using AI, and it is a new technology which consumers will benefit from and those industries will benefit from. But at the same time, there also needs to be protection to ensure that intellectual property rights are not abused. Now, the Minister in his remarks said that there was legal uncertainty, and it is true that there are a number of cases taking place. But just because cases are taking place, that means that intellectual property rights owners are defending their rights by going to court. It doesn't mean the law is wrong. They are using the law, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the law isn't perfectly clear. Now, there are elements of what the government is proposing which we very much welcome. The importance of transparency is something which has come out in what the government proposed and absolutely is vital. If rights owners are to be able to protect their property, they need to know, first of all, where it is being used, and therefore transparency is the first essential requirement for that to happen. So I very much welcome what the government is proposing to ensure that there is transparency where AI large language models are using content from across the internet to generate their own content. But where I think there is alarm is on the consultation around a text and data mining exception. Now, the government on the one hand says that it is consulting on that. But on the other hand, when the Secretary of State made his statement in the House just a couple of weeks ago, he said that the government was accepting all of Matt Clifford's recommendations. And one of those recommendations is to introduce a text and data mining exception. So I hope that the Minister, in his response, or maybe his the Minister will be responding, and I'll happily give way now to the Minister.
I'll do it now if it's okay. So in the Matt Clifford makes a recommendation. We have said in response on that specific issue, which is, I think, recommendation number 24, that we are consulting. We have not decided. We are consulting. It's a consultation, not the second reading of a debate, of a bill.
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister, and that is of some reassurance that the government's mind is still open. And I hope that they will listen to the voices from across the chamber who are expressing concern. There is an objection in principle to option 3, which is this idea that rights holders have to opt out. It reverses what has long been the case, that people can rely upon the protection of their rights unless they choose to give it up. They shouldn't have to come along and ask that their rights should be protected, which is what an opting out system entails. So there would no longer be automatic protection with an opting out system. It would also put a huge burden on many of the small rights holders. There was a suggestion that photographers might have to seek an opt-out for every single picture that they had ever taken. Now, I hope that that is not the case, but there is a lot of uncertainty that is being created. It is also the case that every creative industry is different. As the writers, the ALCS told us last week, writers may want for their works to be used for some purposes, but not for others. Whereas it appears that this is going to be a binary system where either you opt in or you opt out. It also is incredibly difficult to enforce. If somebody comes and takes a picture on their own phone of a painting and then puts it onto social media, how does the rights owner stop that being used by a large language model which goes out absorbing all this content? And as has been said already, there is no workable system in existence at present which allows for opting out. The EU have tried to introduce one. There is, as I'm sure the Minister is fully aware, the robots.txt algorithm that is supposed to identify well, the Minister from a sedentary position says it's useless. He's entirely right, it is useless. And the problem, therefore, is that there is no workable solution at the moment. And the Minister has said, and the government has said, that they will not introduce this option until there is a workable system in existence. Well, that is a reassurance, but how is the Minister going to decide whether or not the system that is being proposed is indeed welcome? And even workable, rather. And if it is workable, how is it enforced? Are individual rights holders going to have to go to court if they believe that they have opted out and yet they still find that their works are being used? There are a whole host of questions, and I absolutely recognise the Minister's commitment and wish to find a way in which rights are protected. But I have to say, at the moment, there are an awful lot of questions and there don't appear to be any answers. And I hope the Minister, in his response, may be able to address some of those questions.
Dr. Allison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today not just as a member of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee or co-chair of the AI APBG, but as an academic with first-hand experience of building AI models. And I want to go with me on this one, to make a case that protecting our creative industries and the high-quality outputs they produce is vital not just for our vibrant creative sector, but also to our rapidly evolving AI sector. Now, back in the mists of time when building my model for my PhD, I resisted the temptation to build a large data set from any relevant data I could find, and I chose instead to produce a smaller, high-quality data set, which was risky, as that might not have been enough to create a reliable model, and I might not have passed my PhD. My risk paid off. My model worked better than expected, and ever since I've adhered to the principle that it is the quality of our data, not its quantity, that matters. So, to mangle a metaphor, some say that data is the new oil or gold. Taking that metaphor forward, let's do a thought experiment. Let's say we in the UK discovered vast reserves of gold, in fact making us the second biggest provider globally. What should we do? Would we look at gold-hungry organisations and give it away to them for free in the hope they will invest in the UK? I should hope not. By some estimates, the UK creative industry is the second largest globally. It is our gold. Should we give this valuable asset away for free? I hope not, for the sake of our creatives, but also for our new AI industry that this government is rightly investing in. The unlicensed and illegal use of copyrighted content for generative AI development has been equated by some to a form of theft. Making such acquisition legal via an opt-out system is not only unfair, but risks creating a future of fool's gold data as our creative industry loses control of its ownership to their work and moves elsewhere or just simply gives up. High-quality data is essential for the success of generative AI, but as with gold, to overkill the metaphor, its reserves may be finite. Researchers predict at the current rate, generative AI developers will have used all the available stock of publicly human-created text data between 2026 and 2032. In other words, we could run out next year. What this means is with limited new high-quality data, innovation will be hindered, AI growth will be hindered, and we will invite model collapse. Model collapse happens when generative AI models start training on their own lower quality data. This is the fool's gold of AI. If we wish to be competitive, both in the creative and AI industries, we as a country need to set ourselves above our competitors, not below them. We do this by giving our not by giving our most valuable assets away for free, but protecting it so we can keep generating more and more new high-quality data. Generative AI developers, like all AI developers, are extremely data-hungry and keen to mine. If all we have left is fool's gold to offer them, if our world-class British artists have to look elsewhere to make a living, the AI developers will likewise look elsewhere. So protecting our creative industry by not allowing free use of data for model training purposes is not the right thing to do for our creative industry only, but also for our AI industry. I ask, therefore, that the government considers a longer-term view and retain the UK's current copyright framework, place the onus on generative AI developers to seek a licence for the data from our creatives, with a possible caveat for academic research, and expand it to cover all generative AI models marketed in the UK. In conjunction, we must require meaningful transparency regarding data usage in a form accessible to artists and regulators. This allows enforceable regulation and ability to seek redress for the actual data creators, our creatives. And I will resist claims that this would inhibit innovation and growth, as I always do. Based on my own time as a researcher and AI ethicist, I reject the notion that regulation inhibits innovation. It simply doesn't. Transparency of model development and data sources plus enforceable regulations are vital to encourage high standards and good quality AI. By retaining our copyright framework and a pioneering licensing approach, we would guarantee that rights holders have control over their own creative output. Such an approach would give confidence to our creatives, allowing them to pursue sustainable, well-paid and productive careers, providing enjoyment to us all, income and growth for the country, and providing the high-quality output which is so valuable to generative AI developers. So in so doing, we will remain what we are today, the gold standard of the creative industries, and it will also enable us to rise up as the gold standard for AI development.
And Davies.
We have an incredibly rich creative inheritance in Wales, and we still do today. Even our rousing national anthem honours Welsh poets and singers who came before us. The Urdd Eisteddfod is one example of this, where around 15,000 young people compete in creative competitions spanning from singing to poetry and dancing and anything in between. But young people in Wales have the ability to creatively participate in our society. However, their talent is often extracted from our local communities. Professor Michael Woods from Aberystwyth University highlights that the creative industry could be an antidote to outward migration from Wales. And he suggests that creative hubs in rural areas could retain young people in Wales, especially as within his research, the creative arts was the main reason most would stay within my constituency of Caerfyrddin. And a fabulous example of these creative hubs is the Egin, which is in Carmarthen. It houses the S4C S4C headquarters and provides employment and boosts the local economy. Recent research shows that it contributed 7.6 million to just Carmarthenshire's economy between 22 and 23. The AGIN plays a vital role in promoting our language and culture in Wales, and it is not alone in this. Other creative organisations across Wales, including Cwmni Da, Fran Wen and the Aria Studios in Llangefni, also amplify the voice of our land and culture on both local and international stages. Individuals need access to opportunities and upskilling to participate in the creative industries. TAC, Teledu'r Annibynnol Cymru, does great work in providing essential training for TV, film, radio and the new media. And 1,800 people have been trained over the past few years at over 125 different courses. And the courses are Welsh medium or bilingual, thus providing specialist staff for the industry. I was really disappointed, to be honest, to hear that two prominent Welsh institutions, the Royal Welsh College of Music and Drama, have cut their junior department, and the National Theatre of Wales are closing due to financial constraints. And despite the ongoing training efforts, these cuts and elsewhere in the sector leave Welsh creatives at a disadvantage compared to others across the UK. We are very fortunate and appreciate that the wonderful Mr Michael Sheen is establishing a Welsh National Theatre, but surely the future of our creative industries should not lie solely on the shoulders of one individual. We have a collective responsibility to protect it. The creative industries in Wales generated 3.8 billion turnover over 22-23, which accounted to 5.3% of the total Welsh GDP. And a cornerstone of this success is S4C, which directly employs 1,900 people and generated 136 million for the Welsh economy. It is crucial that S4C is given equal standing with other British broadcasters during the Royal Charter Review, which could ensure that the voices of people across Wales are heard, our culture is represented, and Wales does not miss out on financial opportunities. The current tax relief system disadvantages S4C because, according to current rules, only TV projects with production costs of at least £1 million per broadcast hour are eligible for the tax rebate of up to 25%. But since S4C, being very efficient, spends less than £250,000 per broadcast hour, it doesn't meet this threshold to qualify for the support, and I call on the government to reconsider this to ensure that our creative industries continue to thrive. Our government must lead on protecting our creative industries from local to global, because they are there and they drive the economy. They employ millions of people and contribute in Wales to our culture, Welsh language and overall well-being. The creative arts are Wales. And if I may say, as a previous peripatetic music teacher and as a singer, not in any big bands as some of you here are, but just as a singer, I would just want to do a little extract from In Passing by Brian Harris. It's just a small poem, but just the first verse, if I may. To be born in Wales, not with a silver spoon in your mouth, but with music in your blood and poetry in your soul. It's a privilege indeed. And indeed, it is a privilege. Diolch yn fawr.
Well done. Now, I don't intend to put a formal time limit on as yet, but there are lots of members standing, so perhaps if members could restrict themselves to between 6 and 7 minutes, that would be helpful. Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I was to say to you, name a city in the UK that is a hotbed of creativity, name a city in the UK that is... Well, you've all stolen my thunder, haven't you? Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately the Minister, as always, has sort of preempted what I was going to say. I was going to say we're a city that is steeped in history but also fizzing for the future of creativity. We are home to 9 national portfolio organisations from the Arts Council. We have a burgeoning Createch cluster in the Spode building, and we have some of the best performances you will see in a theatre in the round at the New Vic Theatre, which, although not in Stoke-on-Trent, is so close to the border it might as well be. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I highlight these points not for the flippant response I should have preempted from the Minister, but because all too often when we think about places where creativity happens and we think about where arts and culture thrive, we don't think about places like Stoke-on-Trent. We don't think about those historic industrial cities who all too often are written up as sort of wastelands and derelict buildings shown in articles in The Guardian, rather than focusing on the things that make us special and make us strong, which is our heritage and our future. We are the only city in the UK that has World Craft Heritage status for our industrial history in the potteries. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you think about some of the great creatives of our past, they are intrinsically linked to Stoke-on-Trent. You think about Wedgwood, you think about Spode, you think about William Moorcroft, you think about Clarice Cliff and Susie Cooper. These are people who had creativity not in their artistry, but also in their industry. They pioneered new methods of working to make sure that we could have the finest of bone china. They came up with new techniques for design to make sure that the illustrations on the plates, cups and tiles that we all enjoy were at the cutting edge of new methods, new technologies, new pigments and new materials. And that creativity that they drew upon as part of their industrial heritage is still the same skills and the same burning ambition to demonstrate who we are and what we do that Stoke-on-Trent has today. There are 4,000 jobs in Stoke-on-Trent that are linked directly to the creative sector. If you include the supply chains, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can easily get 2-3 times that number. 638 artists and artist organisations are recognised by the Stoke-on-Trent Cultural Partnership. And in 2019, 5.5 million tourist visits took place to Stoke-on-Trent. Again, a narrative that you won't often hear from those that seek to denigrate the city that I'm proud to call home and represent in this place. And sadly, some of that snobbish approach to my city comes from our nearest neighbours who seek to make a difference, seek to use our own city and the challenges we face for their own short-term political gain. And sadly, I doubt that will stop anytime soon. But we are home to the great pottery throwdown. Keith Brymer-Jones and the team that have made pottery a glamorous Sunday night TV viewing is and you can see it now. It is on Channel 4 Sunday evenings. It demonstrates that the history of who we are is still very much in the society and city that we want to be. I'll happily give way.
Thank you. I recently visited the impressive and very funky 1882 ceramics firm based in the world of Wedgwood in my Stoke-on-Trent South constituency, home of the Great Pottery Throwdown. They impressed upon me the challenges they are having in attracting young apprentices into the skills that they develop, risking the loss of important creative heritage skills. Will my honourable friend agree with me that we must remember the value of pottery and sculpture in our education curriculum review to protect this vibrant industry?
I mean, I agree with the honourable lady, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we as a city have children in our schools who are unaware of the cultural heritage that is their cultural heritage, who don't play with clay in the way they should do. We have schools that decommissioned their kilns despite the fact that their parents and grandparents would have trained in the schools and gone up into the industry and made good light on themselves in honest hard work, but hard work in what was essentially one of the earliest creative industries of the country. And she's right in the pipeline of talent that we have, because if you speak to some of the big creative companies that are in Stoke-on-Trent, they will tell you the University of Staffordshire is generating some of the highest quality, most talented graduates that anyone can find in the country. Indeed, when it comes to computer games, technical productions, animations, the courses at University of Staffordshire are rated as some of, if not the best in the country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, only this week, three of the big creative industries in Stoke-on-Trent that deal in digital creativity, iCreation, Lesnex One and the VCC partnership, announced their new summer internship. And the part of that programme is it takes those young graduates, it lines them up against professionals working in the creative industry, and it shows them what a job and a career could be. And it's a job and a career that has value, that has pride, and has potentially for my city economic benefits because of the nature of the work we can bring in. And the Minister will know from a debate he kindly responded to in Westminster Hall a few weeks ago about the litany of success stories that we have in the city. And I won't bore the House with repeating that list this evening, but simply to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when the government is considering the future of creative industries and where that talent pool should be, I would say to the Minister, I know he agrees with me, so I hope he will reiterate that in his winding up. If we can make it work in places like Stoke-on-Trent, we can make it work anywhere. Because those young people in my city that enjoy creative education, who want to go on to do wonderful things, whether it be in music, drama, dance, in createch, in ceramics, in pottery, they deserve the same opportunities as any child from London or any metropolitan city anywhere in the north of England. And I hope that as the new government fosters a new partnership with places like Stoke-on-Trent, that the creative industries can form a centre point to that, which means that those young people can be those names that we're all speaking about in 20, 30 years' time, when undoubtedly we're having this debate again. Thank you.
Joe Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. I regret that I don't have the extensive music lyric knowledge of my right honourable friend, the member for Gosport. Neither did I have a past career in a rock band like the honourable member for Wimbledon, who seems to have been single-handedly responsible for shutting down a favourite music venue based on his own contribution to this House. But what I do have is a constituency with a small but growing and thriving creative sector on the Isle of Wight. And I'm grateful for the Minister for taking my intervention earlier. I will say something about my constituency in a moment, but I just want to briefly reflect on the national picture. Now, clearly there is a consensus in this House across all benches that the creative sector is hugely important and needs continuing support from government. From 2010 to 2022, it was one of the fastest growing sectors in the UK economy, growing by 50%. And I am encouraged by the warm words from the Minister from the dispatch box earlier. But clearly, support for the creative industries has to go further than warm words, and I've no doubt the Minister is sincere in backing it up with action. But we cannot take for granted, and neither can we ignore, the damaging effects of decisions made in this budget. And it was entirely right that my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, raised that issue from the dispatch box, and that is the negative impact of the increases on national insurance employer contributions in the creative sector. Now, we've heard much in the last few months about the negative impact on businesses and large companies too, rightly so, and I will be continuing to make those arguments elsewhere. And we've heard about the negative impact on national insurance contribution rises in the health sector, and it's right that we do that, and I'll be doing that elsewhere. But I do worry that the negative impact on the creative industries is something that hasn't fully been recognised, and I know that some other members on this side of the House have mentioned it today. So I do urge the Minister, I hope he's done it already, but I urge him again, to ensure that the Treasury do something to compensate the creative industries for the money it will take. It does little for him to be able to distribute 60 million if some or more of that is taken back through taxes to the Treasury. Now, the Isle of Wight is well known for lots of things, and increasingly as a location for films. Part of that is helped by the fact that Osborne House, the former home of Her Majesty Queen Victoria is there. So films based on her life have often had location shooting there, although I have to say not in my constituency but in the neighbouring constituency of Isle of Wight West. And we have some small creative organisations like Ventnor Exchange, like Moncton Arts, and like the department in Ryde, which is due to open next month with money from the National Lottery Heritage Fund, but also finance from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. And we also have some historic buildings that are only kept alive by the creative industries that operate in and around them, like Shanklin Theatre, which could not survive without all the volunteer work that goes in. And I know this is the same for many small towns as well as large towns across the country, that some of our fantastic buildings are only utilised and kept alive because of the creative industries that make use of those spaces. But I'll finish by thanking the Minister for the offer of a meeting, I think it was, with him or his department for a film studio on the Isle of Wight. I do just want to correct, sadly, the location for the film studio is in my neighbouring constituency of Isle of Wight West. His honourable friend, I have already notified, has got an offer of a meeting through me, which I'm sure he'll be delighted about. And I'd like to join him if it's of assistance, because clearly it will benefit the whole of the Isle of Wight 2 constituencies if we're able to realise that. And I think the issue there is some very small micro organisations benefit from pots of funding which are suitable for small-scale projects. And clearly national projects of national interest can access money. It's those medium-sized projects like rural film studios that I think possibly struggle, but I look forward to a conversation about that another time.
Allison Hugh. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this important debate on the creative industries, rightly a priority for our government, and I warmly welcome the statement by the Minister, as will our creatives in the coastal communities of Scarborough and Whitby. As a screenwriter by previous trade, I would like to declare my membership of the Writers' Guild of Great Britain. And this has been a fascinating debate, and I rise briefly to ask the question, in our headlong rush to embrace the white heat of scientific revolution, are we at risk of extinguishing the spark of original human creativity? Sparks were indeed flying in the 1982 sci-fi cult film Blade Runner, in which Ridley Scott drew upon the landscape where he grew up, the flaring oil stacks of the refineries in the northeast, sending up big fireballs of gas to inspire the dystopian feel of a future world where humans battle synthetic humans known as replicants. As we move into a future where artificial intelligence is no longer the stuff of sci-fi films, but the tool which will revolutionise our lives, we should pause to ensure we safeguard our original content creators. Because unless we tighten copyright laws around intellectual property to protect creators, AI data mining will stem the flow of creative content. As my honourable friend for Stoke-on-Trent South mentioned, the AI systems which mine content in order to gain their artificial intelligence could run out of new material in the next few years, otherwise known as model collapse, as generative artificial intelligence models start training on their own low-quality outputs. To return to Blade Runner, the replicants would be breeding with the replicants. Madam Deputy Speaker, to enjoy a future that protects human creativity, we should reform the UK text and data mining regime to place the onus on GAI firms to seek permission from right holders to use their original published work. Amendments tabled by Baroness Kidron to the Data Use of Access Bill, which will be discussed shortly in the other place, offer meaningful transparency provisions that would make the UK's existing gold standard copyright regime enforceable and counter the widespread theft of intellectual copyright by AI companies. These amendments chime with public opinion, and I would ask the Minister to reflect on whether the government can support them. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to finish with some dialogue from Blade Runner, spoke by the replicant Roy Batty. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in the rain. To protect the screenwriters who wrote those unforgettable lines, and all future writers, we must act to protect our creative talent in the UK. In the fight to win the battle for intellectual copyright, surely we must be on the side of the human and not the replicant.
Chloe Franklin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and before I speak today, I'd like to declare an interest in relation to the debate, as I have received donations from Stellar Entertainment. My constituency of Guildford is a fantastic and varied creative hub for the South East, which I could speak about at length. But today I want to champion one of our great success stories and advocate for a fair deal when it comes to the UK's fantastic creative industries. Guildford is often described as the Hollywood of the UK gaming industry, a hub of innovation and creativity that has put our town on the global map. Yet while Guildford's gaming studios continue to achieve extraordinary success with games like Little Big Planet, Baldur's Gate 3 and No Man's Sky, to name just a few, there is so much more we can do to support this sector and the creative arts industries more widely and ensure their continued growth. We would not have the talent we have today without strong education and skills. Our young people deserve the tools to thrive in the industries of tomorrow, and that includes the computer games industry. That is why I want to personally back calls for the introduction of a digital creativity GCSE. This qualification would equip students with the skills they need for careers in video game development, visual effects, and other digital creative fields. And it would also signal that the UK values these industries and is serious about nurturing homegrown talent. But it goes beyond skills. It is also about who gets to be part of the industry's success. Women, people from economically disadvantaged backgrounds and ethnic minorities remain underrepresented in the gaming industry. Lack of diversity does not just perpetuate inequality, it also holds the industry back. Creative content thrives when it draws on a wide range of perspectives and cultures. If we only recruit from one demographic, gender or economic group, the result is a duller, less innovative industry. Yet another reason to enable access to high-quality, industry-supported training and access across the UK in every state school to the creative arts. As Liberal Democrats, we believe that nurturing the creative arts is crucial. We believe in investing in education, acknowledging diversity and creating opportunities for everyone to succeed. The UK's creative industries are an economic powerhouse and a source of inspiration for people around the world. Where we lead, others enthusiastically follow. And one aspect of this global leadership is our copyright laws. We are widely considered to have some of the best in the world. They provide strong protection for creators, while also providing reasonable allowances for legitimate use in research, criticism and news reporting. But with the growing use of AI and the government's recent announcements on the subject, creators across the industry have spoken to me, and I know they have clearly been speaking to many others across the House, about their concerns to the proposed changes that will put the rights of creators at risk. And I want to be clear, creators that I speak to are generally optimistic about the potential benefits of AI to their work. Creators are not fearful of AI. They are fearful that their intellectual property will no longer be protected as it is now, and their livelihoods will be put at risk. The problems of the opt-out model this government is championing in terms of AI and copyright has been shown through its European equivalent to be not right. It doesn't work. And my colleague, the Right Honourable Member for Cheltenham, set this out in a great amount of detail, and I'm grateful for him to do so. I ask the Minister, please ensure that you are engaging thoroughly with the creative industries on this issue to find alternatives that work for creatives. We need to take the global lead on this issue because other nations are watching, and the approach we take on it, they will follow suit, as they do on so many other areas in relation to the creative industries. The creative arts, Madam Speaker, are a lifelong passion of mine, and now I'm pleased to say one of my sons is training for a career in the performing arts. But I am worried, as so many others are, that that future will be in jeopardy if things continue as they are around copyright and intellectual property. I don't think we focus enough time here in this chamber on conversations about the UK's world-leading creative industries and creativity, something so fundamental to what it means to be human. I am grateful for this opportunity to have this debate, and I hope the government will take on board the very sensible points raised across this House so that together we can ensure the UK continues to be a global leader in the creative industries. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rachel Hopkins.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute to this debate today. And while I may not have any books on film options or be a former rock star, I do have family and friends who work in the creative industries, be it film, music or magazines. Our creative industries are one of the most valuable growth sectors in the UK, generating £125 billion for the economy in 2023 and making up 1 in 7 jobs across the country. But perhaps most importantly, creative industries embedded in our towns and cities have intrinsic cultural value. They provide shared social experiences which contribute to a sense of place, build on local heritage and contribute to our health and well-being. Luton has a rich history of artistic innovation, creativity and design. For over 200 years, we were the primary place for ladies' hat production in the UK, peaking in the 1930s when we produced over 70 million hats annually. And of course, that's why our beloved Luton Town FC are known as the Hatters. Artistry has been at the heart of our town's economy across these 3 centuries, and we hold on to that with pride today. We are a place of making, whether historically it was hats or cars, and now making computer systems, games, films and music. We are lucky enough to have several independent music venues in Luton, including the Hat Factory Arts Centre, the Bear Club and the Castle, one of Luton's oldest and most beloved pubs, which will be supporting Independent Venues Week this week, putting on 6 nights of live music and supporting independent arts alongside 200 other venues across the country who are taking part. We cannot underestimate the value of our grassroots music venues and the platform they give new and emerging artists, offering them their first opportunities to perform and develop their craft, providing the essential pipeline for tomorrow's megastars and household names. Indeed, when Luton hosted Radio 1's Big Weekend in May 24, it was one of our town's very own, Miles Smith, who featured on BBC Music's Introducing stage, and he's since performed on Jules Holland. He broke the United States on tour and won the Rising Star Brit Award, as well as now being nominated for 3 Brit Awards this year. This success highlights the value of exposure for independent artists. I was somewhat surprised earlier to hear the opposition frontbench comments around supporting arts and culture, and I accept the points made by others about the Cultural Recovery Fund. But under the Tories, our creative industries were held back. Arts funding fell by almost 50% per person in real terms, and local government revenue funding of culture and related services decreased by 48% in England, alongside rising cost and demand pressures on statutory services. And these funding cuts have enacted enormous damage to the pipeline of talent in the industry, the provision of local arts, and the availability of work in performing arts. Further cuts for university grants delivering courses including music, drama and other art subjects by 50% in 2021 were also detrimental, particularly for disabled, black, Asian and minority ethnic students and students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, an additional obstacle to students who already face multiple barriers to studying music within higher education. And if we really want to break down barriers to opportunity, we must ensure that there is adequate access to dedicated arts and music curriculum for students at every point of their education, and I very much welcome the Minister's earlier comments on this. This is fundamental not only to support talent to thrive, but also for their development, with studies finding that children exposed to music tuition display better cognitive performance in reading and comprehensive skills. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Luton Music Service and all the volunteer parents for the great work they do with children and young people in my constituency, and to say how much I enjoyed the performances at the Christmas shows from the show choir, the senior guitars, the junior strings, the funk band, the rock band, amongst many other groups who performed that weekend and displayed immense talent. I'm very glad this Labour government has recognised the value of our creative industries, and we are working to reverse the damage done under the previous Conservative government. I welcome the £60 million package of support announced this month to drive growth, including £40 million investment for start-up video game studios, British music and film exports, and creative businesses outside of London. I also welcome the launch of the Soft Power Council, bringing together experts across culture, sport, the creative industries and geopolitics to showcase the best of Britain around the world. Our creative industries have been underfunded and undervalued for too long, but I'm confident that as we prioritise the arts and creative industries within our industrial strategy, the UK will have a firm standing on the world stage, boosting economic growth, unlocking opportunities and leading as industry innovators.
Pete Wishart.
Ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests? It's been a long time since we've had the floor of the House of Commons to discuss and debate the creative industries. It's always a fantastic debate. I see the Minister nodding along there. And what we find out is all the dynamic enterprises, cultural activity that goes on in members' constituencies. But more than that, we find out hidden talents amongst their colleagues. And I think I was as surprised as anybody to hear that we've got a veteran of the punk days from the Roxy and singers and film writers. So it's just an abundance of talent that we have in this House. And I feel a bit more confident now. I mean, I lost both of my colleagues in MP4 as they stood down at the last election. So I'm now actively recruiting for a new parliamentary rock band. So my door is open to any aspiring musician who wants to perform in MP4. But as usual in these debates, there's a chorus of approval, support and satisfaction with the quality of the UK creative industries, as there should be. We just do this so well. It's something that we have ingrained into our cultural output. And there's something that we do across the whole of these isles that just produces this conveyor belt of talent, imagination and creativity. And we have successful creative industries because of the imagination of the people of this country. And isn't it great that we can sort of turn around and say that we could power our economy based on the creativity, invention and imagination of the people who live and inhabit these isles? But we need more than that to be successful, and where it's now mostly down to the creativity of the people who work in our creative industries, we need the right conditions. We need to provide the context and the environment for these creative industries to survive, to develop and to thrive. And for the last sort of 60 years, I think we've been quite good at doing that and achieving it. We've intervened when it's been necessary. We've obviously have conversations and debates about investment, about what sort of support goes into the creative industries, and whether we get that balance quite right. And of course, there's going to be political debates about the budgets and national insurance contributions. But basically, what we've done, I think, is have the right conditions for art, for creativity, and for the industry that comes with that to develop and to thrive. And we've got that because we've got an IP system that's the envy of the world, which is embedded into UK law. This is the bedrock of our creative industries, the foundation of our success. And part of that, of course, is our wonderful copyright regime. Again, the envy of the world, which makes sure that artists are properly compensated for the wonderful works that they produce and ensures that they get recognised for the works that they deliver and that they bring forward. So we tamper with all of this at our peril. And we've been here before. I remember back in the 2010s when copyright exceptions were quite the fashion. Those days, it wasn't the threat from AI companies that was a problem. It was the internet service providers and the pirates and the threat of digitisation to so much of our creative industries. And isn't it funny It's always the creative industries that are in the front line of technical innovations. It's always the creative industries that seem to be having to suffer because of what we're trying to do and achieve when it comes to technological innovation. And I'm looking around the chamber, and I think it's only the Minister and the Right Honourable Member for Maldon that are veterans of the Digital Economy Act. That was probably the high point of the last interest in copyright exceptions. Then, of course, the general philosophical debate was all around an unfettered internet that was to be free at the point of use for everybody. There was this absurd business model that somehow we could have all this high-quality content and we wouldn't have to pay for any of it. Of course, that was quickly knocked on its head, but we have the legacy of that with the arrival of the huge tech platforms, the tech brothers getting together in terms of developing their own companies. And what we have is a situation just now where there are massive tech companies that provide nothing other than platforms, create very little of the content itself, who are growing rich and fat of the creativity and invention of the people who actually provide this, the artists, musicians themselves. So this is something, I think, this value gap between the musician, the artist, and these big platforms and companies that we will have to address. But I don't think that we've ever had such a threat as generative AI. This is what we're looking at just now. Now, I've got in my notes here that I was going to have a go at the Minister for having already made up his mind. But I'm actually a bit reassured of what he said, and I think all of us should be encouraged, because I really did think they'd made up their mind. I thought it was without qualification that they were going to go down this opt-out route, and certainly all the things they've said up to this point, they seem to confirm that. I mean, the very grumpy tone of the Minister for Science at the statement, I didn't think helped matters much, particularly when he had a go at the chair of the Select Committee. But you know, this is good, and I think what we've now got to do, and I'm looking around at colleagues who've contributed to this debate and expressed their concerns, is to encourage the Minister gently through persuasion. He knows the view of the industry and sector, and I think he knows it is overwhelmingly negative. He won't be able to find anybody within any creative sector who's telling him that what he proposes with an opt-out is going to work, is good for our creative industries, and is even good for AI. We've heard from several colleagues that this idea of a model breakdown where AI starts to feed on itself is what we can expect to come. And I think the analogy about Blade Runner was just fantastic, and I think that's exactly where we'll be going if we allow unfettered AI development to continue along this line. So I think tonight we've reached a really interesting point where I think the government are probably going to reconsider its position when it comes to all of this. They're going to take on board what's been said by members, right? I see the Minister now shaking his head. He'll maybe clarify all this when he's going to get to his feet. I know they think they've got an idea and a solution which somehow supports both the AI sector and the creative industry sector, but there is nobody that actually believes that. I'm sorry, Minister, there's no one who could go along with this idea that somehow we open up the nation's creative work to be scraped and to be mined, that would ever get us to a situation where this could ever be possibly useful for the creative industries, and I don't think it would be useful for the AI sector either. So we're at a really important point when it comes to all this, and I think that we have to have a look at this properly. And just lastly, we've heard a few myths about all this. This idea that somehow there's unclarity about the laws pertaining to and which embed our copyright regime. It's just nonsense. Nobody actually believes that. I don't think AI companies would even tell you there's any question about the legality of the copyright regime. It's just something that ministers trawl out to try and create uncertainty in the sector, and it doesn't work. The one thing that's absolutely certain is if we do open unfettered data mining, text and data mining to AI companies, there will then be real difficulties. And some of the scenarios that have been painted by other members who've got up to spoke, I think, are going to be actually realised and be very, very damaging for this government. Now, we know the government is invested into AI. I mean, they're in an economic mess and they're looking to grab at anything which will give them some sort of comfort. And AI is obviously one of the areas that they've identified that might bring this promised growth and give them some sort of confidence and reassurance that what they're trying to do with the economy might actually get to where they're seeking to take it. But what we cannot do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is just to be obsessively fixated with all this to the cost of so much of our heritage and culture. And where it's right that this government does pursue and proceed with AI, what it's got to do is to take a balanced approach. It has got to look after the interests of our nation's creators, inventors and artists. So far, it's not been able to do this, but there is encouraging signs. So I'm actually looking forward to the Minister's response this evening, and I hope he's going to be further encouraging with what he says to us.
Nestle Caliscan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And, I have to say it's been a pleasure to listen to speeches right across the chamber, and in particular to hear, as others have said, the insight of the particular musical and literary talents of members. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly, I have zero contribution to make in terms of talent, but I can inform members I have regularly committed to enjoying the outputs of music on many a dance floor, particularly during my student days, but that is as far as my talents will take me. I also want to acknowledge the really important and powerful points made in respect to AI, what is a complicated picture and I know will be an important continued debate. And it is, of course, incredibly important as we consider the creative industries as one of Britain's success stories. One of our most successful exports, biggest growth opportunities, a way of projecting our soft power across the world, as others have said. And the creative industries add 120 billion in value to our economy and have grown by 35% since 2010. It economically is an important area for debate too. They make up 1 in 7 jobs in the country, and the success has been driven despite inaction from the government of the past. And the truth is that in recent years, investment in creative per person in the country has fallen 50% in real terms for people to access those creative cultural experiences. And funding for the arts and cultural organisations has fallen by 18% in the past 14 years too. £1 billion, as my honourable friend referenced earlier, was cut from local authorities. These cuts have undoubtedly had a generational impact for the young people who lost out on the opportunities to be able to experience cultural activities. And as a London MP and as an ex-London Council leader, I can tell you that even in the cultural hub that is London, some might say the best city in the world for cultural activity, many communities in London, including those I represent in Barking and Dagenham, do not have access to creativity, be it dance or music lessons, be it going to the theatre or cinema trips. That's why access programmes, including, as I say, for my constituents in Barking, is just so important. Access to both jobs, opportunities within the industry, access to enjoy more forms of art and culture. Arts and culture, which so very often refer to my communities in Barking and Dagenham as their inspiration. Madam Deputy Speaker, local authorities are also leading the way in establishing and supporting creative industries to help grow their local economy, provide new opportunities for those who need it, and encourage more access to the arts. And it's important welcoming the activities of local authorities up and down the country, even when they have been under so much pressure. And as an ex-council leader, I work to see the transformation of an industrial site go from poorly used for employment space to seeing it be opened up as a film studio owned by a local authority and leased to a film company that was based in Hollywood and was used for filming for films with actors across the world. But it wasn't unique for the area that I represented at the time. There are councils, as I say, doing such things across the country, and as the Member of Parliament for Barking, I'm so proud that in Barking and Dagenham, Welbeck Wharf, originally a steel distribution site bought by the local authority and leased to Wharf Studios, is the largest new film studio in 25 years. And since 2022, the council has worked with the studios to tackle the skills gap in the borough, a significant skills gap, and the diversity
gap in the film's industry. The studios have engaged with local schools and colleges and provided new training and job opportunities. Over 1,000 pupils have experienced hands-on skills in lighting, camera, production, makeup, and many local people have been employed on local filming in the borough. Over 1,000 residents have attended free screening events, access to new and more culture and arts in a way that they simply wouldn't have been able to access before. I'm also particularly excited there's been a new Memorandum of Understanding agreement between the world-famous Tate Gallery and the Borough of Barking and Dagenham that could see the new Tate collection open in Barking Riverside. And I'd like to put on record my support for the proposal. Such investment in the area I represent makes a huge contribution to Barking and Dagenham. And in many instances, the success is because of private and public partnership. And I know that the sector welcomes the government's £60 million investment in the creative industries, alongside the sector playing a core part in the new industrial strategy. However, I am concerned about reports that most tax relief, around half for film production and 75% for TV production, is going towards the very largest claims. In fact, half of total film relief claimed went to just 15 companies, according to the HMRC data. That's why I welcome the new relief for smaller independent film productions announced by the government, and I think it will make a real difference to areas that want to see more films being filmed and for the cultural industries making contribution to their local economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, creative industries growing in the UK will contribute to our economy, in part because of the international investment it attracts. But it must be the case that as that investment happens, as creative industries benefit from tax breaks, local communities like those I represent in Barking Dagenham must benefit from that economic vibrancy. Yeah. They must benefit from jobs and the skills opportunities. And we should hold the creative industry to account on this. In 2017, my constituency featured heavily in the music charts, thanks to rapper Ram's debut single, Barking. I'm not going to sing it, which included the lyrics, "I might link my ting from barking." It was one of the things that made me instantly slightly cooler when I was selected to be the candidate for Barking in the general election. And I hope that as the government, business, local authorities continue to foster creative industries, Barking will feature not only in the music charts, but also award-winning cinema, as well as other outputs from the creative industries. It makes an incredible contribution to our economy, and I think of the residents in Barking and Dagenham who can benefit from a government who is supportive of creative industries. Thank you.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to add my voice to those colleagues today who've spoken about the crucial role of the creative industries in the UK economy. And the Minister may be relieved that I won't be taking him to task for the broadband and mobile coverage in the rural parts of my constituency tonight. The creative industries are among the UK's most dynamic and fastest growing sectors. In the 12 years between 2010 and 2022, the sector grew by over 50%, compared to growth in the rest of the economy of some 22%. In 2022 alone, the creative industries contributed a staggering £125 billion to the UK economy and employed 2.4 million people. This is a great British success story. Yet despite the sector's impressive contribution to the economy, it faces significant challenges following the autumn budget. The increases in national insurance contribution pose a significant financial burden for many creative businesses. And despite the protestations opposite about so-called conservative cuts, perhaps they seem unaware that the budget for DCMS next year will be lower than this year. As is the case across SMEs in sectors right across the country, this budget has punished many of those who serve as our growth engine. it is estimated that over 350 grassroots music venues that are now at immediate risk of closure, potentially leading to a loss of more than 12,000 jobs and 250 million across the overall economy. The Music Venues Trust outlines in its response to the budget a clear threat to both the live music industry and the many jobs it supports. We need look no further for examples of how the creative industries are trying to weather these challenges than Somerset Film, based in my constituency of Bridgwater. Somerset Film has been at the forefront of nurturing local talent and providing access to creative industries since 1997. The Engine Room, located right on Bridgwater's High Street, serves as a vital community hub. It is here that young people and local residents receive training in media production, from film making to digital storytelling. This is not just about creating films, it is about creating opportunities. The charity has helped thousands of individuals from all walks of life access hands-on training. Their training, community engagement and career development programmes are essential in making sure the next generation of talent has the skills, knowledge and connections to succeed. Thanks to recent investments, like the £500,000 town deal funding from the previous government, Somerset Film has been able to expand its facilities, improve equipment and reach more young people. The expansion also allows for new creative events, including public film exhibitions and more training opportunities for people in the region. All this wouldn't be possible without the work of their creative director, Deb Richardson, and her fantastic team. Thanks to programmes like Screen Somerset and collaboration with organisations like Creative England, the region has become a key player in the UK's film production network. The creative industries also have an important role in revitalising local economies. As the film and TV sector grows, the economic benefits extend far beyond the screen. Local hotels, hospitality and service industries all see significant boosts from the influx of film production teams. In fact, the Screen Somerset project has already contributed millions to the local economy. For all the potential, there is, however, a recognition that challenges lie ahead. The BFI Skills Review this month highlighted critical crew shortages in the UK film industry, which have put stress on production schedules and workspaces. To address these gaps, the review calls for greater investment in training and a more localised approach to production. This is where organisations like Somerset Film play a pivotal role. As we look to the future, let's continue to support the creative industries through thoughtful investment and ensure that those in the sector have the resources and opportunities they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate on this incredibly important issue. And we've heard throughout this debate, not least from the Minister, about the astonishing economic impact that our creative industries have. A 125 billion contribution to our economy, almost 5% of our total economic output, over 2.4 million people employed in creative industries, making up 7% of all the jobs in the UK. But here's the challenge. Despite these remarkable contributions, the benefits are not evenly distributed. Indeed, more than half of the economic output from creative industries in this country are concentrated in London alone. In contrast, particularly our post-industrial heartlands, and especially their towns like Hartlepool, have often been overlooked in favour of places where wealth and opportunity already exist. Time and again, decisions seem to focus on the cost of everything, but the value of nothing, because it's easier to grow where the ground is already fertile, rather than investing in places where it could have the greatest impact, where it could lift communities, unlock talent and transform lives. This is where I believe we have an opportunity as a government to change that narrative, with towns like Hartlepool at the heart of this change. We have the people and we have the talent. Nothing symbolises this better than the Northern School of Art. My honourable friend for Scarborough and Whitby has already mentioned Sir Ridley Scott, and indeed it was a precursor to the Northern School of Art, the West Hartlepool College of Art, where Ridley Scott filmed his very first movie, Boy and Bicycle, which was shot exclusively with Hartlepool as its background. He famously described the town as a very visual place, a very beautiful place, and he wasn't wrong. Today, the Northern School of Art operates from both its historic site and a brand new campus, which is more than just a collection of buildings, it's a symbol of opportunity. It houses cutting-edge facilities, including sound stages for film and television production, serving both educational and commercial needs. Hartlepool is becoming a hub for education and production in screen industries, giving students and professionals alike a place to learn, innovate and thrive. It's a vision of what is possible if we spread investment to every part of our country. But creative industries are not confined to the traditional realms of art, film or music. Let's not forget the often overlooked yet equally vital roles played by designers, planners, graphic artists. Hartlepool College of Further Education provides students with skills in design-focused careers that are essential to every sector, from technology to business to healthcare. These skills are the backbone of industries across the country, ensuring that organisations innovate and function smoothly. And Hartlepool's creative spirit goes beyond design and the arts. It extends into areas like health and social care. The Health and Social Care Academy, our hospital in Hartlepool, is a shining example of how creative industries can drive innovation in unexpected places. During a recent visit, I was deeply impressed by their approach to scenario-based training, the ability to create safe, realistic environments for NHS and social care trainees, from handling knife crime incidents to assisting patients with physical impairments, is nothing short of inspiring. This is living proof that creative training can support vital industries and ultimately save lives. Hartlepool is also making its mark globally through businesses like Tanglewood Games, and I would draw members' attention to my register of interests. Tanglewood is part of a rapidly growing video game sector, creating jobs and training opportunities in an industry that's now a global economic powerhouse. From blockbuster games like Fortnite to Hogwarts Legacy, Tanglewood Games is helping put Hartlepool on the map, contributing to the success of some of the world's highest grossing games. Looking ahead, Hartlepool's ambitions continue to soar, with plans for a production village. This initiative will not only strengthen our position in the screen industries, but will complement similar projects across the North East, creating opportunities for collaboration rather than competition. This will ensure that our region is recognised as a vital part of the UK's creative economy, and that investment flows to where it can make the most difference. But these efforts, these transformative investments, are more than just about bricks and mortar. They're about people. They're about giving Hartlepool residents the skills, the jobs and the opportunities they need to secure their futures. And they are about combining the creativity of today with the strength of our traditional industries to create a more prosperous, more resilient economy. This is the future I want to see for Hartlepool. And we must take the tough actions, perhaps ditch the traditional orthodoxy of chasing GDP growth in favour of a longer-term project for those parts of the country that have too often been left behind. Investing in people, communities and creative potential, ensuring that no one is left behind and the UK's creative industries continue to grow. Let's just not talk about equality opportunity, let's act on it.
Hey. Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to stand here today to talk about our creative industries. At a time when Britain's international influence has been waning, these industries remain a powerful testament to what we can achieve, shaping our global reputation for innovation and cultural strength. Beyond the enormous economic value of over 100 billion contributed to our economy each year, our creative sector exerts a profound soft power that showcases British excellence, from Venice to Osaka in every corner of the world. I know that much of the spending in this area is devolved, but the principle and opportunities extend UK-wide. The Right Honourable Member for Maldon mentioned David Tennant. Of course, he started out in Scotland. We are seeing the important role that the arts play in young people's academic development, with the move from a STEM approach to science, technology, engineering and maths education to include the arts, with creative subjects fostering the development which enhances the learning of science and technology, and innovation in industry as well as the creative industries. The Honourable Member for Hartlepool mentioned how it has a broader influence in our social care sector. I want to highlight how the creative industry in the grassroots benefits our communities and reduces costs to the NHS and social care. Within my own constituency in Mid-Dumbartonshire, there are numerous examples. Kirkintilloch Players, Antonine Theatre Group, groups like Creative Sparks, Theatre Arts, who connect young people developing their confidence, creativity and social skills using the power of the arts. Beyond this, initiatives such as Edict demonstrate the social benefits of arts funding, providing services to help people manage mental health challenges and support those on the autistic spectrum. By offering a creative outlet and constructive ways to cope, these organisations reduce the strain on our already stretched NHS and transform the lives of those who need it. Madam Deputy Speaker, however clear the social and cultural benefits provided by our creative industries are, serious challenges persist. Since 2010, funding for local arts and culture has fallen by £2.3 billion in real terms. In that same period, while the UK has cut its arts culture provision by around 6%, other OECD countries such as Germany, France and Finland have increased theirs by 22%, 25% and 70% respectively. The loss of grassroots supports threatens the stability and future growth of community-based arts organisations and the well-being of our communities, with Edict in my own community experiencing a 70% funding reduction at the end of last year. As Liberal Democrats, we believe in funding the creative arts, including fine art, music, theatre, literature, film, digital and media. It's crucial to maintaining a talented, skilled workforce and a healthy and vibrant economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've worked in the creative industries all of my working life, from helping my father sell radios and televisions when I was a teenager to presenting radio shows on stations across Scotland and supporting businesses by creating content for websites. And today I want to address the disconnect between creativity and cost, and why we must all support the creative industries with good reviews and warm wishes, but most importantly, with money. How many of us use Wikipedia daily but ignore its annual appeals for donations? How many of us say we value local journalism yet resent paywalls? In most areas, we accept the principle of a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. But the creative industries often face a double standard. Many who wouldn't pocket a bookie's pencil think nothing of using content without the necessary permissions. This behaviour is regrettable in individuals, but I think it's unforgivable in organisations. We can all do better. For example, if local authorities can pay millions annually for software licences, why not pay a fair rate, not the minimum rate, for creative content? Teachers using streaming services in classrooms or pupils relying on Wikipedia could be supported by institutional subscriptions or donations going to the people or organisations providing the content. Let the public sector lead by example and change how we value and pay for creative content and strengthen the relationship we have with the creative sector. Set the example and the legislation we need AI software providers to follow. In our personal lives, if you are a podcast listener, don't always ignore the request for that proverbial cup of coffee or an upgrade to a monthly subscription. And if you see an article you want to read in a newspaper, buy the newspaper. Don't try to find a pal who'll take a picture of it and WhatsApp it to you. In my career, I've seen creative contributions undervalued. Businesses often pay a high proportion of their budget for the technical process of building websites, but neglect the content, the very part that engages users. Too often, creators hear, "I can do it myself," when what is really needed is professional skill. You will struggle to find an artist or an artisan who does not have multiple stories of offers of exposure or experience rather than money as payment for services. Exposure doesn't pay the bills. If you'd expect to be paid fairly for your work, extend the same respect to artists, artisans, writers and designers. AI offers exciting possibilities for productivity and innovation, much like the smartphone revolution, a revolution now in its 17th year. AI can help creators clean up poor audio recordings or automate repetitive tasks, allowing them to focus on what they do best. But we've seen the unintended consequences of the smartphone era on mental health and social development, for example, and we must learn from them. AI is a tool, not a replacement for human creativity. And like any tool, it needs oversight and ethical guidance, an instruction manual, one preferably not written by the tool itself. Before I close, I want to highlight a place where we can all go to be creative, a place which can sometimes struggle to be high on our agenda when we're focused on the big, the exciting or the new. I'm talking about your local library. Libraries are the NHS for the soul, funded by our taxes and free at the point of delivery and the point of need. Libraries offer more than books. They offer a helping hand and a supportive friend, often when people need it most. Libraries improve us, they enrich us, and they inspire us. A library can be the difference between a child discovering the love of reading, or an adult learning new skills, or someone finding the support they need to change their life. Yet many libraries today focus on surviving rather than thriving. Years of underfunding have left them struggling to provide their essential services. Not everyone has the space, the time, the skills or the hardware to engage with AI, but you will find all of that help in the local library, provided by our wonderful librarians and library support staff. In my constituency, local people are organising against the proposed closure of Rhondda Library in the coming financial year. In Stirling, it is the music tuition service that is facing sweeping cuts. It's difficult to measure inspiration and joy, but it is easy to undervalue it. If we lose music tuition from our schools and libraries from our communities, we will lose parts of our civic soul. Madam Deputy Speaker, the creators and the industry that supports them add colour and joy to our lives. By valuing creators, compensating them fairly, and safeguarding the space and framework in which they operate, we can ensure we have a creative sector that thrives, is valued, and adds value to our lives and our economy. Start from the principle that creative output is linked to its creator, and let us ensure our laws reflect that. Because when creativity flourishes, so does society.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we mark Holocaust Memorial Day today and the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, it seems appropriate that we debate creative industries. I say that because the Holocaust was a brutal attempt by the Nazis to wipe out people and their cultures, and it is creative industries that are at the heart of growing and protecting our culture and helping wider society to thrive rather than just survive. So what is culture? On a lighter note, was it me when I was at university many years ago busking with an accordion in Soho Street in Glasgow? Maybe stretching it a bit. I think maybe with a better shout is Hunted Cow Studios in Elgin, who produce a range of massively multiplayer online role-playing games, and whose game graphics have included a 3D rendered Elgin Cathedral. Is it Fèis Spé or any of the other Fèises across Scotland who promote Gaelic culture through poetry, music and song, particularly with primary school children and also secondary school children, and bringing a new generation into connection with that wider culture and making the traditional artists of the future? Is it perhaps those involved in making the critically acclaimed Outlander TV series, which has had filming in the heart of my constituency, the Cairngorms at Newton Moor? Is it even my wife's Aunt Margaret, who is a master kilt maker in Granton and Spey? Or is it the luxury designer brand Johnstons of Elgin, a family business of over 200 years, producing designer cashmere and tweed products, employing incredibly highly skilled craftsmen and women who to around about 650 people? Or could it be my tenuous link to creative genius? Not my great-grandmother, who was a midwife in the valleys in Wales, but Richard Burton, who she delivered. I've not even touched on museums, touring dance groups, orchestras, the Scottish National Opera, amateur dramatic groups employing writers, set designers, sound and lighting engineers, music venues from the function room above a pub to the Ovo Hydro in Glasgow and Murrayfield in Edinburgh. In music, my honourable friend for the member for Perth and Kenosha has a past life as the keyboardist in a well-known Celtic rock band, Runrig, which, being a shrinking violet, he doesn't tell anybody about. They were the first band to get into the UK top 40 with a song entirely in Gaelic, and Ua last chaired, underpinning the vital links between the creative industries and a thriving society and culture. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently attended a book launch in Elgin by Ian McLaughlin, who is a local writer who has written many books, struggled to get them published as niche writers often do, however well they write. He has written it in Scots, traditional language publishing, even harder to get, and it's been done with small specialist publisher Rhondda, and that's with the support of a grant from the Scottish Government to support Scots language development. Despite all of these incredible creatives, it's not all positive. Some of the most creative people create their best work in the beauty and splendour of the north of Scotland, across the Highlands and Islands, Moray and Aberdeenshire. Yet from where I live, the Government's closest priority region for funding is the Edinburgh-Dundee corridor, well over 100 miles and a 2.5-hour drive away, and considerably further than the member for Caithness and Sutherlands. The most fragile rural economies, especially those at the heart of Scotland's Gaelic culture, run the risk of being sidelined in spite of their sterling efforts with productions like Antillan. Another area of concern is the BBC's regional spend. The money allocated for regional spend has the potential to be using funding to pay for production and editorial work much further away from that region. And it's an area that we need to be really careful about and need to scrutinise very carefully to ensure that regional spend is indeed being spent in the region that it's meant for. On AI, many others in the Chamber have said things that I would have commented on. I'm not going to go deeply into it, other than to say that I agree with pretty much everything that everybody has said on it. We have to be incredibly careful with it. Creative industries are an economic growth success throughout these islands. Please don't try and put artificial regions and boxes around them. Support them to grow and thrive wherever our creatives are living and working, and don't tie them up in copyright changes that reduce their output and force them to chase protection that they should rightly expect for creative work. Thank you.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From murals on beachside walks to a thriving Cornish film industry, a town council-owned art gallery and theatre and library, and live music, including the biggest international shanty festival in the world where the population of Falmouth triples. In Truro and Falmouth, we're blessed with the creative arts. They're all around us all the time, but none of it would exist or impact our lives in such a positive or poignant way if it wasn't for the education in the creative arts. The world-class Falmouth University grew out of a 100-year-old art school with a strategic focus on creativity and technology. The campus on Wood Lane is historic, with alumni including visual artist Atherton and British sculptor Hugh Locke. It also, I thought, led the world in digital games design, but along with Guildford and Hartlepool, it seems, along with fashion design, film costumes and many other things. Art is all around us in Falmouth, and we should celebrate the role it plays in our lives and our economy. I welcome the inclusion of the creative industry in the UK's 8 growth sectors in the government's recent industrial strategy. It's brilliant that the creative industries are recognised as the economic driver that they are. In 2022, as many have said, and it bears repeating, Britain's creative industries generated £125 billion, accounting for almost 6% of the UK economy and creating nearly 2.5 million jobs. They contribute over £8 billion to the UK economy every year. Our globally loved art scene has a huge impact on the tourism economy too. 1 in 10 tourists to the UK visit a theatre, for example, and theatres sell 34 million tickets a year across the UK. As well as the beautifully recently renovated Hall for Cornwall and Princess Pavilion, which is also owned by Falmouth Town Council, in Cornwall we also have the Minack, the famous open-air theatres carved into the granite cliffs and overlooks Porthcurno Bay, and in summer months it's not uncommon for the dolphins to interrupt Shakespeare. None of this would be possible if it wasn't for creative arts education at school level and throughout higher education institutions such as Falmouth University. A creative education has many positives for students, as well as creation of things, the long-term skills development, critical thinking and problem-solving ability gained from an arts education also impact on other industries, such as tech and digital media, which in turn drive economic growth. Falmouth leads the way in AI, with engineered arts building increasingly complex robots by the sea and trying to grow despite the lack of industrial space in the area. As we see in Cornwall, creative arts are a regional growth driver too. Cornwall's teeming with small and medium-sized enterprises and one-man bands, which stimulate the independent sector and the growth of the whole area. It's a vital lifeline for an area like Cornwall that struggles with deprivation. And as we see in Truro and Falmouth, creative hubs revitalise regions, bring in the visitors that we need so much. The growth of the Hall for Cornwall, for example, our theatre, has spread tentacles across the rest of the duchy, attracting would-be actors and writers who want to get involved in the creative arts but don't often have the opportunity. In my constituency, we have the Polly, the Princess Pavilion and brilliant grassroots venues such as the Cornish Bank, the Old Bakery Studios and the Chintz, where some of the musicians who are learning in our town go to practice their art, and the Minister has already mentioned that venue levy, which will be so vital for them. We're also building premises for a community radio station in the park with shared prosperity funding, which shows just how important the arts are to Falmouth. People come to us for the arts. However, that funding is not guaranteed and is no longer being directed to plug the gaps in local authority and national funding for arts and culture in our area. I would love to see creativity become a bigger part of the national curriculum so that the arts are in the prominent place that they should be for students of all ages. And the idea of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts and maths, puts the creativity of the arts alongside science and tech where it belongs. Art is everywhere, but it doesn't come from thin air. Like all others, creative endeavours require financial support, and that funding must be integrated with the wider industrial strategy and form part of a long-term regional art strategy that reaches all the way to places like Cornwall, rather than proceeds on a piecemeal, more urban basis. The arts also require a universal enthusiasm and long-term education, and as we see in Falmouth, it's well worth the investment.
Yeah. David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if we are going to talk about clusters of excellence, then we must ensure that Wales is put at the forefront of this discussion. Wales is the birthplace of many famous musicians, actors and actresses, and this House can be assured that there is a steady pipeline of talent coming through. I know this because last night I took my 2 sons to their first panto in Brecon, where we saw the West Enders' performance of Robin Hood, another community show like many across the country that bring communities together like only the arts can. And whenever I go to these shows, I notice the volunteers who put in endless hours of personal sacrifice to make sure that those shows go ahead. People who spend a whole month, for example, washing all the uniforms and the costumes that people wear during the performances, which, as far as I'm aware, washing a whole cast's kit is something that AI cannot yet do. Which is why it's so important that we listen to the people who are at the grassroots of our creative industries and facing similar challenges across the country. We've heard during this debate this evening how small towns from across the UK, and Brecon is certainly up there, can provide a big stage for upcoming talent, and that pipeline of talent is something that's very important to keep developing. And yet, sadly, in Wales, the Welsh Government has proposed a 9% cut to the Art Council's revenue budget for 24 to 25. That's on top of a 10.5% cut from the year before, meaning that the revenue budget is now going to be at its lowest since 2007 to 2008. And this reduction will further strain an already vulnerable sector. Now, the creative industries, as we've already heard from the member from Caerfyrddin, are a powerful force in Wales, contributing over 5% to our GDP and growing faster than the overall economy, Madam Deputy Speaker. With more than 35,000 people employed in the sector and a turnover of 1.5 billion in 23-24, it's clear how vital the creative industries are to the Welsh economy. Film and television have been a massive success story. Wales is a global powerhouse in the UK's media landscape, with shows like Gavin and Stacey showcasing our talent to millions, as demonstrated by the over 19 million people who watched the final this Christmas. So, Rob Brydon and Ruth Jones, we commend you, and it's time for my humble brag that my mum did go to Porthcawl Comprehensive School with them both at the same time. The time for action for improving the arts is now, so we're glad to hear the government talking about its plans to improve the arts and giving a better deal for the arts across the UK. We must make sure that that is reflected in Wales too. We must ensure that the Welsh creative industries, especially our music and art sector, receive the support and investment they need to survive and thrive. Clearly, we have the talent and the potential, but we need meaningful long-term policies and investment to make sure that this sector continues to grow and flourish for future generations. As we've heard, the creative industries are a vital growth mechanism for the rural economy, and that's why I'm calling for a creative enterprise zone to be established in Brecon, Radnor and Cwm Tower to make sure that we give a platform and all the help we can to the creative artists and musicians across my constituency.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This last weekend, the innovation, energy and entrepreneurship of the creative community in my constituency was on full display. As part of our shared commitment to develop a year-round economy, Off-Season Margate was a weekend-long, town-wide exhibition of art created by a wide range of skilled creators, initiated by the award-winning artist Lindsay Mendick. From oil paints to embroidery, sculpture to ceramics, photography to screen prints, a whole range of skills were on display in the form of incredible art. This was a democratic exercise in the power of creativity, involving world-renowned artist Tracy Emin to raw artists, people displaying their work in front rooms and cafes as well as galleries, telling their stories and reflecting their experience of the world through art. Now, the weather obviously played its part because the sun was shining, but Margate was buzzing. A clear demonstration of my key 3 arguments today. That creativity is valuable not just because it is enjoyed by the consumers, but also benefits the creators themselves, so they themselves must and should be appreciated. That the creative industries have a crucial role to play in revitalising our coastal communities where so many creatives choose to live, and that if this is a fundamental element of our society and economy is to thrive, we must develop the pipeline of the next generation of artists through enshrining creativity in our national curriculum. I do think, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that by simply thinking of creativity as an industry, we lose something that makes it special. Creativity is fundamental to the human condition. It is woven into our daily lives and our history. The first example we have of civilization is carvings on the walls of caves. They chose to record the world around them. They chose to leave a mark. They expressed themselves and the lives they lived. This need to express ourselves flows through human history and exists in every single one of us. But the ability to tap into this is artificially limited by an inequality of access to the arts and is a failure of previous governments. And because of this, we have fewer skilled creators, less well-rounded individuals, and society is depleted. Talent is found everywhere in our country, but as so many of my honourable colleagues have pointed out, opportunity is not. If we don't allow every child the right to an arts education, we will miss out on the next Tracy Emin or Bob and Roberta Smith. The damage done to creative education by the introduction of the English Baccalaureate and Progress 8, leading to a dramatic fall in the number of students taking up arts-based subjects, must be reversed at the earliest opportunity. That's a campaign I am supporting with many other members from across the House who share my concerns for the impact it is having on our children, on our society and on our economy. How can we expect the creative industries to come anywhere close to their potential when we have an education system that is actively dissuading children from studying creative subjects? Every art subject is important, and every child deserves an arts education. As my badge from the Royal Academy of Arts says, art is a serious subject, and it can be no more serious than for children with special educational needs. Creative education is a vital tool to allowing them to access learning and live their fullest lives. Sammy's Foundation was set up by my constituent Patricia Alban after her son tragically died. Sammy had a rare genetic disease and autism, so was unable to attend mainstream schools. But he found his passion and skill in craft. The Foundation now helps other children with disabilities learn heritage crafts as a way of uncovering their talents and to lead meaningful, connected lives with a sense of purpose. Considering we have a huge skills gap, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our heritage craft sector, it feels to me that there is a win-win in investing in arts education that would harness the aptitudes of neurodivergent children, preparing them for purposeful and rewarding work, creating beautiful things, and contributing to the economy rather than seeing them as a problem to be managed. Now, as well as an inequality of access to the arts, there is also an inequality of reward. Research from the University of Glasgow shows that the median income for visual artists is £12,500 a year. That's a 40% decrease, Madam Deputy Speaker, in earnings since 2010. This is almost 50% lower than the income of a full-time minimum wage worker. On top of that, 1 in 3 creative industry workers are freelance. Now, when discussing the rise of AI and the challenges it poses for artists, my constituents are far from the Luddites that some would like them to be dismissed as. Polling from the Design and Artist Copyright Society shows that 84% of artists would agree to license their work for AI training so long as they receive fair pay for it. But they do know the fundamental act of creation is something that will always differentiate that which a machine has learned from what a human has made. Their right to have that work protected and their freedom to engage with AI on their terms is something that I and many others will continue to seek reassurances from the government. This is not about resisting change, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about bringing in change in a fair and equitable way. This is already a sector with low pay and a lack of security. If we don't put in proper safeguards, we will end up making jobs in this sector even more unappealing for those whose passion is to work in it. Data from the Creative Rights Alliance shows that 30% of photographers have already lost clients due to generative AI. 26% of illustrators, 36% of translators have reported losing work. 2/3 of writers, Madam Deputy Speaker, believe it will cost them future earnings. We cannot afford to lose their ideas and their imagination. These are the people who are building the amazing heritage of Thanet to shape an economy that thrives all year round and creates a pipeline of art and skilled creatives for the whole country. They also project our soft power into the world. The benefits of investment in the creative sector in coastal communities is demonstrated by the Terminal Contemporary in my constituency, which has, amongst many other things, contributed to a lively ecosystem around the visual arts, and all without a university to support it. I look forward to there being a coastal dimension to that creative industrial strategy that can engender similar vibrancy and sustain such initiatives for the long term.
Would my honourable friend give way on that point?
Absolutely.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. I too represent a coastal seat, and I too have known how coastal seats such as Bournemouth East have been forgotten as part of our national story about our creativity. Bournemouth is the resting place for Mary Shelley, was a home to Lloyd Stevenson, and also is home to many institutions such as Bournemouth University, Arts University Bournemouth, the Russell Coates Arts Museum and Gallery, Boscombe Depot. The list could really go on, and I won't go on. Does she agree with me that coastal communities such as ours, which have voted Labour for the first time in a very long time, perhaps even for the first time, need their Labour government to be focusing on their creative possibilities and supporting the jobs and skills of the future?
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his contribution. And of course, coastal communities across the country are often places where people escape in order to be able to find the place where they can really thrive. And that is why they would be so important in developing a proper community, creative industry strategy. East Thanet has long been an engine room for those creative industries in our country. If its future is to be as glorious as its past, and if we are to continue to use our soft power globally through our internationally famous artists and creators, creativity needs to be valued in and of itself. Creators need to be able to create with dignity and security, and all generations should be able to access art education to enhance their lives and society as a whole.
Sian Berry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will struggle because I'm late in the debate and we've got a bit of a time limit already in place to make all the points I'd like to make. So if I fail to make any, I will be writing to the Minister with them. And I think he knows what I'm trying to chase him up on. I want to follow the Honourable Member for Cheltenham and the Honourable Member for Bury North in being a little philosophical with my points today, because I believe that participation and enjoyment of the arts is a human right. And I know that Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says so. And it forms part of our post-Holocaust legacy of putting together a strong framework to recognise and protect the purpose and the value of humanity after we saw just how bad things can get. And as a Green, I spend a lot of time working hard to make sure that our ecological and physical environment that is necessary for our civilization continue. But the reasons for our civilization are just as much what gets me out of bed in the morning to come and do this job. And I would argue for the arts and creativity regardless of their impact on our GDP any day of the week. Now, last week I had the very great honour of speaking at the Music Venue Trust's annual report launch here in the Parliamentary Estate, and I was absolutely delighted to do so because my constituency of Brighton Pavilion is home to so many amazing grassroots music and performance venues. We've got the Green Door Store, Alphabet, Rossi Bar, the Prince Albert, Hope and Ruin, the Folklore Rooms, Comedia, people I met at the event, and I could go on and on. But since I got elected, I've been really shocked at the amount of work these venues and their allies still have to do to fight off damaging developments. I know that in 2023, as some other members have mentioned, the Music Venue Trust reported that we lost 125 trading grassroots music venues, and that this trend has now reduced, but it is still not zero. And although the Music Venue Trust's Emergency Response Service, which has a huge caseload, last year more than 200 cases, has reached a very, very, very good success rate in fighting off terrible planning applications, it does so alongside music venues who are putting a lot of time and effort into this work. And we're still seeing far too many appeals that are being taken forwards, and some of those are successful too. So I do recognise that the adoption of the Agent of Change principle as guidance in the NPPF has made a difference, but I do also think that we need to go further, and what remains to be done is putting the Agent of Change principles into the statutory framework. Now, I raised this in this House in November with the Minister, and he said to me that amongst being excited that the Secretary of State and Ed Sheeran had a chat last week, he told me that this chat involved talking about precisely this issue. And I've chased up since, and I'm still looking for a timetable for this to happen. And I hope the Minister today can provide some more details for us. But it's not just music in Brighton and Hove that's fantastic. We have a huge number of artisans, artists, makers, designers, restorers, creative businesses in that space as well. They depend on an infrastructure of studios, workshops, gallery spaces, not only to make their work, but also to show it and sell it to Brighton Pavilion residents and visitors to our constituency alike. These spaces are facing threats, including just the need for refurbishment. The amazing Phoenix Art Space needs to refurbish, is looking for space to move into and expand into later, but it's really struggling to find that. New England House, an incredible first ever high-rise industrial business centre, a light industrial space that many makers use, needs urgent fire safety work. People are facing either incredibly long time spent with refurbishment going on, or possibly moving out in the meantime. We need to see more from government to support these kinds of venues. But my constituency is also packed full of inspiring theatre, comedy, dance, cabaret, writers, people working in media production and digital creativity as well. And many of those creatives have written to me with their serious concerns about the government's consultation on AI and copyright. And I am pleased that the member for Perth and Kinrossshire mentioned earlier the Digital Economy Act, because I was actually, although not in this place, I was a campaigner around those issues at that time. And with my last 1 minute, I wanted to very briefly reflect on whether potentially, as a society, we failed at that time around those debates around digital impacts on creativity and copyright. We failed to look at copyright terms, the amount of time for which copyright extends, because it is very, very long. And we do find now that their copyright is being held in many, many older works, not by the original creators, but by rights holders. And I think potentially if we had, and I wrote something for a national magazine that ironically is now behind a paywall, so I can't see what it is I wrote exactly and check it out. But I wrote that maybe a copyright term of 10 or 20 years might be reasonable, so that the young man who sat down and wrote yesterday is incredibly protected for a reasonable period. And afterwards, we start to build up public domain works, which can be used by useful AI tools to train in ways that simply don't rip off creators. I think if we had maybe thought about that then, there would be a simpler answer to the really knotty question that I know ministers are grappling with today. So I welcome this debate. I hope we can continue to discuss this in the interesting ways that I've seen from some of the members here that are genuine experts in their field and genuinely creative as well. It does worry me that we are facing a bit of a watershed where today's creators are not going to be rewarded, and potentially we're going to get the law very slightly wrong once again when we look at the interaction of the modern world with the oldest thing of our civilization that there is, which is art. Thank you very much. Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I should declare an interest that my constituency office is in the Queen's Hall Community Arts Centre. So when I talk about the creative economy, I can not only speak to its impact locally, but also recommend the cheese scones. Representing a large and sprawling rural constituency, I'm frequently reminded of the value of our creative economy, not just in the art clubs in places like Corbridge and Haltwhistle, or in places like Allendale Forge Studios, but in the community facilities that they bring, in the community spirit that they foster, and in seeing the events put on by organisations like Throckley Community Hall, all of which play a fundamental role in building up our local communities, supporting our local creative economies, but also supporting the wider economies. They support our local hospitality businesses. When the Queen's Hall brings in one of the large acts that comes to Hexham Book Festival, I know that my honourable friend, the now Secretary of State for Health, came to plug his book in Hexham during the last general election and went down very well on the doorsteps of Elvaston while he did. Those provide a massive boost for our local cafes, our local shops, as well as putting towns like Hexham and the Tyne Valley on the map. One of the frequent things when I speak to young people in my constituency that they want to pursue in their careers is a career in the creative economy. And one of my concerns as a local MP that holds them back from that is not just a lack of access to potentially the specialised education, but a lack of access to the infrastructure to access some of those job opportunities. And as we're coming up to the watershed, I should say that the Tyne Valley line is often the subject of some creative language from my constituents due to the delays. And I was late putting into this debate as I wasn't sure if I'd make it due to the delays on the Tyne Valley line. But making sure that our constituents can access those job opportunities, those experiences and those educational opportunities is at the heart of as it should be at the heart of this government. And I'd urge the Minister, as he speaks to colleagues, to ensure that when we're looking at the creative economy, we're not just looking at the outputs, we're looking at the inputs and what those young people can get out of it. Now, I'm also privileged to represent some of the most stunning landscapes of England, including Hadrian's Wall, the much-missed Sycamore Gap, and you would at the moment be hard-pressed to go to a community art fair in Northumberland without having pictures of Sycamore Gap thrust at you from all corners. It's a tremendous loss. I only hope that its frequent presence on screen, in documentaries, in films, will lead to more tourism coming to Northumberland, will lead to more investment in the creative arts in our space, because once Vera stops running, we do need other series to step in and take that thing off it. I think at one point I was interviewed and someone thought Vera had done a bit of a flash forward episode in the Market Square, which scared me no end. But as we consider what the creative economy can do for not just our urban centres but our more rural constituencies, I would just urge the Minister to really consider those investments in infrastructure that can be fundamental in supporting young people to get access to those high-paid, high-skilled jobs they need. And I know that I've badgered him about broadband connectivity before in Westminster Hall, but those jobs do not necessarily need to be based in the urban centres. They can be based in the Hexhams, the Riding Mills, the Stocksfields of the world. And if there's one thing that I like to speak about in this place more than anything, it's the need for younger people to be able to live where they grew up should they wish to. It's a tremendous privilege to be the MP for where you grew up, but I'm sadly much more likely to bump into the parents or grandparents of those I grew up with than to them in the street. And as I finish, I'd just like to return to those community halls, those community theatres, those community assets and those parish halls and church halls. They're usually the places that I have my surgeries. They're the places that define our communities so much. And they're the places that are the first to step up when we have major crises, where we have major events that require the community coming together. So when we're talking about the creative industries in a rural environment, we're not just talking about an industry, we're talking about the entirety of the community and what defines Northumberland and the North East.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, creative industries undoubtedly make a significant contribution to our economy. But it's about much more than that. They also provide a breadth and depth of contribution to who we are, to our culture, and to our nation. In terms of the economic contribution, in Northern Ireland, we have quite a thriving creative industry in a number of spheres. Under the guidance of Northern Ireland Screen, which has as its honorary president the redoubtable Sir Kenneth Branagh, we have seen significant success in the screen industry and many, many successful productions. None more so than, of course, Game of Thrones. Happily, some of it, quite a bit of it, filmed in my own constituency of North Antrim, both at the famous Dark Hedges, where sadly on Friday we lost 4 of the large trees in the storm, and also filmed at Ballantoy Harbour and other places. So we are appreciative of the economic contribution, because it doesn't just end with the creative industry. It creates, in the very names I've mentioned, a spin-off in tourism. Many tourists come to North Antrim to see the Dark Hedges. Many tourists visit various locations of filming, and therefore we have that advantageous spin-off from many of the creative industries. So in Northern Ireland, we are happy to have had that benefit. Of course, in Northern Ireland, we also have Jim Shannon, and he, in a manner of speaking, is a creative industry in himself. There's no more creative member of this House when it comes to finding an intervention in each and every debate. So he's suddenly silent, thankfully. So that's all very good. But the thrust of what I want to say relates to a very niche sector of creative industries. It relates to the craft sector as it applies in Northern Ireland. Now, very often the craft sector is very individual, maybe one person operation, a couple of people, but cumulatively quite important. But we in Northern Ireland have a huge debilitating problem in recent months when it comes to the craft sector, because historically they have secured, unsurprisingly, much of the raw materials from Great Britain. But because Northern Ireland was left behind in the EU single market, we are now subject to the General Product Standards Regulation. And under the General Product Standards Regulation, there are now inhibitions on imports of the raw materials and goods necessary in the craft industry, as well as other. Bigger sectors can more easily withstand, smaller sectors cannot. And what is happening is that suppliers in GB are simply stopping supplying. Why? Because the bureaucracy, the requirements of the GPSR are such that you cannot supply into the EU market, and therefore sadly into a part of the United Kingdom, namely Northern Ireland, unless you have a person living within that perceived EU territory who is, in the words of that, your responsible person. So a business in Great Britain that wants to supply some of the basic elements into the craft sector in Northern Ireland, or indeed to other sectors, has to have someone in place, paid for, in Northern Ireland, and more than that, that seller from GB, then amongst the other requirements of the General Product Standards Regulation, there needs to be labels on every product with the contact information of the responsible person. There needs to be labels with the contact information of the manufacturer. This is all about the internal market of our own country. And there needs to be a display of the responsible person's name and contact details, including the postal and electronic address, in online listings. It's no surprise, therefore, with that burden upon suppliers, where the product being produced is not going to a lot of people, it's a small market, it's no surprise, therefore, that they simply say, it's not worth the effort. We will stop supplying. And the loser in that is the Northern Ireland craft sector. And it has got to the ridiculous stage where on some online retailer websites, like Folksy, they have now advised sellers that the UK now excludes Northern Ireland. That's a quote. The United Kingdom now excludes Northern Ireland. Europe, it says, has become EU and Northern Ireland. And Amazon, the Amazon retailers, says on its seller website, from the 13th of December 24, that's when these regulations came in, responsible person requirements will apply to most non-food consumer products offered for sale in the EU and Northern Ireland under the GPSR. It is told its GB sellers that they have all these requirements I've just cited. The labels saying who the responsible person is, how they contact them, who the product came from, etc. So that is crippling, unsurprisingly, that is crippling the staff, the craft market in Northern Ireland. And bizarrely, it has even got to the point where we're told that it includes digital downloads. I have a lady called Allison Evans who runs Zany Crafts UK, has been told that even digital downloads of knitting patterns are covered by the new regulations of the RAC border. Think of it. The EU single market is so fragile that it cannot withstand the downloading of a knitting pattern from Doncaster to Downpatrick. How ridiculous is that? And yet that is where we are in these regulations. So I do say to the Minister, he told us in his speech that this was a government that bulldozes barriers. Well, here, Minister, is a barrier for you to bulldoze with all your might in protection of the craft sector and other sectors in Northern Ireland. And that takes me to the AI controversy. Well, very quickly. I share many of the concerns, but I want to make this point clear to the House. The government has said it's going to be adventurous on AI, but not for Northern Ireland, because again Northern Ireland is going to be subject to the EU's regulations on AI, which are much more restrictive. So once more, divergence, leaving us behind under a separate regime, is going to be the order of the day. There's another barrier to bulldoze, Minister.
Vera Hophouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here is to a vibrant performance arts sector in every community across the UK, whether it is school plays, choirs, theatres, in pubs, nightclubs or concert halls. The opportunities for enjoyment and life-enriching moments cannot be underestimated and must be valued and supported. I will give some examples of the successes and challenges in my constituency of Bath. They will be mirrored in other towns and cities. And I hope this debate will help to make the case for more government funding of the performance arts, of a sector that we needed and where we need more. The creative world is very diverse. Many organizations have already existed entirely within the private sector. Others are supported locally by council funding or nationally by the Arts Council. Patrons and sponsors have always existed in this space, but for the last decade, they have been expected to almost entirely replace public funding. In Bath, this has narrowed the offer and put enormous strain on the organisers to balance the books. The finances of far too many organisations have become hand-to-mouth. Even in Bath, with a strong network of patrons and supporters for the creative industries, the pressures to balance the books and keep the show on the road is a long, hard struggle. According to the campaigns of the arts, DCMS core funding of arts and cultural organisations has fallen by 18% since 2010. Equities analysis shows 16% real terms cut of funding by arts councils nationwide. This is further compounded by nearly £1 billion in cuts to arts and culture funding by local government across the UK. A decade ago, the big events in Bath received core funding from the council and sometimes the Arts Council. No more. What is the result? We have seen Moles, the famous performance space for emerging talent, close in the centre of Bath, and despite best efforts from local campaigners and the Music Venue Trust, it is unlikely to open again. The Bath Festivals amalgamated its music and literary festivals into one and tries to de-risk its musical offer, but each year gets harder. The Mission Theatre successfully turned its buildings into a community asset and hopes to separate the finances of the building from all the experimental and small performances that perform in it. But each time the roof leaks or a window needs replacing, they entirely depend on local donors. The Bath Philharmonia came to Parliament to highlight their work they do with young carers, but none of that could happen without long-time financial backing. These are just some examples of the great efforts in Bath made by the creatives. Some will come through, but others will not last the retirement of one or two key people or the loss of core funding. How can trusts and patrons be expected to single-handedly keep these events and community venues alive with so little government support? The Secretary of State's recent announcement of 16 million for the creative industries is welcome. However, it will do little to reverse the deep cuts of the last 2 decades. More importantly, funding must be provided not on a piece-by-piece basis, and I reiterate what the Honourable Member of Truro and Falmouth said today. It should be devised as part of a wider industrial strategy integrated with reform of Arts Council England and a coherent and long-term growth strategy for regional arts. The Resolution Foundation's State of the Nation report, Ending Stagnation, argues that the creative industry are a rising British strength which should form one part of the bedrock for a growth strategy. Theatres, for example, make a significant contribution to local economies. For every £1 spent on theatre, another £1.40 is generated in the local economy. If the government is focused on growth, then the creative industry should be right at the core of their strategy. Compared to our European neighbours, and I reiterate what my honourable friend and member of Cheltenham has already said, the UK now spends only 0.2% of GDP on arts and culture, compared with the European average of 0.5%. This puts us amongst the lowest level of public arts and culture spend in Europe. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to Honourable Friend, who I know has been to the cultural mecca of what is Taunton in Somerset, and would she credit the Town Council? She was talking about long-term funding, and the Town Council in Taunton putting in £300,000 of funding to the arts in Taunton over 3 years is exactly what's needed, including the amazing Gaumont project to restore the Meckabingo Hall to a theatre.
Well, I can only say many congratulations to Taunton Town Council for putting that money into the arts as absolutely what is needed, but very many councils struggle to balance the books and have to make very, very difficult decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, to deliver on the full potential of UK competitive advantage in the arts and entertainment, additional public investment is required. We need to understand why we are so far behind the rest of Europe in terms of funding and take urgent action to correct this. Core funding is a key to the resurgence of Bath's creative sector and creative industries across the country. I hope this new government can turn the page on constant cuts for our creative industries and ensure that every community has a vibrant creative sector for all to enjoy.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just expected to be a Kelly and Charlie again, but not quite. Thank you very much to speak and make a contribution. The creative industry has many facets, from practical to digital. Northern Ireland excels in them all. I made an intervention on the Minister before. I referred to that, and the Minister very kindly responded in a very positive fashion, realising that the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, each region contributes to the creative industries. The people in my constituency of Strangford are incredibly gifted, from those who carved the lion, the witch and the wardrobe into the trade at Rostrevor. The Honourable Member for Cheltenham in his speech referred to his favourite film, Paddington 2. Well, ours in North Down Council, they got a statue of Paddington sitting on a bench, put him in Conway Square in Newton Ours, put the sandwich in his mouth, and everybody has come from all over the place to take photographs, including myself with my grandchildren. It's become a tourist attraction, one of the many tourist attractions there is in Strangford, but one of the new ones, which by its very nature, Paddington has been the instrumental for that to happen. From those encouraging nature walks, family time, tourism, to the home crafters who sell through Etsy, or should I say, used to sell through Etsy, as the insidious Northern Ireland protocol has now curtailed supplies to the extent that many of these small creative workers are trying to throw in the towel, but they can't source the material to even make the towel first. So the Honourable Gentleman for Northampton is right to make that point, and I want to make this point, not to dwell on it, but just to make the point for the record. For those who upcycle a defunct trombone into a beautiful lamp, to those who bake and sell their wares UK-wide through TikTok, the creative industry has the ability to thrive, and yet it's being curtailed. And whilst this is not a debate on the damage of the protocol, and I understand it's not, yet it is intrinsically linked to the creative industry in Northern Ireland. And I would ask the Minister, again, please, if he wouldn't mind discussing it with the Cabinet and making the point that the Honourable Member for Northampton has made, which I've made to a lesser extent, but equally important. Before the full extent of the postal implications of the protocol came into place, our creative industry was going from strength to strength. In Northern Ireland, creative industry employ over 5% of the entire workforce and contribute nearly 1 billion GVA. In fact, the Department for Communities estimate 29,000 jobs, 3.4% of total employment in Northern Ireland. So this is not a niche setting. This is a real sector that deserves real support. The Minister should be greatly encouraged, I am, we should all be, by each individual person who has mentioned about their constituency and have said about the culture, about the creative industries that they have. And when you add that wealth, that massive wealth of creative industry across each and everybody's constituency, it really augurs good for the future. The use of new and immersive technologies is a fast-growing market, and incorporating these into the creation and delivery of arts experiences can open up valuable new ways of generating income for arts organisations and also for individuals. The growth of film NI and promotion of the film opportunities has grown massively, and we now see blockbuster themes in the shores and the regular, which is something that lifts and encourages all. The Honourable Member for Northampton referred to the film sector, but we in our constituency as well have that. Movie and screen productions filmed in Northern Ireland have directly boosted the local economy by £330 million between the years of 2018 and 2022, during the COVID years as well, which means the potential is even greater. Dairy Girls, the the Minister referred to Dairy Girls. There's every one of us loves the comedy programme Dairy Girls. Whether you are nationalist or union, it doesn't matter. Humour's the same, whatever side it comes from. And I know my colleague in particular, the Honourable Member for East London Derry, he's enthralled with Dairy Girls, and he's of a very different tradition. I'll focus on the great jobs that have been done within our creative industries. However, the purpose of this debate today is to ensure that we retain facility and abilities to produce, and concerns have been highlighted to me. That means that the talented people who make up our world-class creative industries like publishing, music, visual arts, will have to go through great lengths to opt out of their work being used to train the AI models. This is something that we must absolutely set our minds to. I know the Minister, in response to other queries early on, referred to how that's going to be done, and I'm very, very keen to hear from the Minister just what that means. As I said, it's hugely burdensome and unworkable, especially for small rights holders and companies with few employees. This opt-out system will create new costs and administrative burdens that will not be feasible for a great many in our creative sector, and we can't lose it because of something that could be stopped and changed. The proposed exception would also jeopardise future potential growth in the UK's world leading creative sector, disincentivise the creation of new works, weaken the property rights of creators and businesses of all sizes across the UK, and we need to truly, I believe, celebrate our creative industries. And to do that, we must protect the current copyright framework. This is the big ask from the Minister from this debate tonight, from myself and indeed from many others. I conclude with this, Madam Chair, very conscious of the time that you wishes to keep to. Our creative industries, both practically and digitally, need protection, and I believe we must prioritise this enterprise when we are considering innovation. And I look very much to the Minister. He's enthusiastic, he wants us to succeed, and I think we want to support him and help him for that to happen. So how can we protect and enhance this sector with so much potential? Thank you.
I call Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak in this debate, not least because I spent many years working in publishing before I came to this place. I have the honour of serving on the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, and I am a former ambassador for Xbox, which is possibly the only time my son thought I was cool. Recently, I visited Barton Peveril, a consistently successful local sixth form college in my constituency of Eastleigh, where many of the students have a keen interest in the creative industries. For all those students and the thousands of young people across the UK who want to pursue careers in film, music, video games, TV, fashion, architecture, design and of course publishing, it is vital these sectors are supported. Yet over the past 14 years, there has been a 47% drop in students taking arts-related GCSEs and a 29% decline at A-level. Universities are also slashing creative courses, with at least 14 institutions cutting arts funding or merging departments. This is hugely concerning. Arts education fosters ingenuity, critical thinking and innovation, skills that benefit all industries. We must protect arts education and funding. Madam Deputy Speaker, for those talented performers who want to share their work, Brexit red tape continues to make it unnecessarily difficult for performers and artists to tour in Europe. The complex visa and permit requirements stifle opportunities for British talent to showcase their work abroad, with independent musicians amongst those hardest hit. Touring has become increasingly hard due to the mountain of bureaucracy now involved. Musicians face navigating different visa rules for each EU country and financial burdens that makes tours unviable for many. I sincerely hope this will be addressed. As we have also heard, AI poses a growing threat, and Sir Paul McCartney and Sir Elton John are right to have concerns about this issue. While AI offers exciting opportunities, it must not come at the expense of our talent. Recent reports that The Guardian used AI to produce stories during industrial action are concerning. Can the Minister outline what steps the government will take to ensure that AI serves and enhances the creative industries rather than undermining them? Turning to the gaming industry, the UK Interactive Entertainment Association have highlighted the need for better support to ensure that this rapidly growing industry can continue to thrive. Sector-wide job losses and the rise of AI replacing creative roles are putting studios under immense pressure. As a global leader in video game creation, it is vital that we protect this sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure Britain remains a global leader in creativity, we need continued safeguarding of copyright, investments in arts education, and more support for grassroots venues. We should be rightly proud of our creative industry, so let's work together to ensure they continue to be world-class. I hope the government will provide the ambition, investment and vision needed to ensure the creative industries continue to thrive.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to wind up this debate on behalf of His Majesty's official opposition. There have been some very impressive contributions from across the House, with many members highlighting how their constituencies deliver for the UK's creative industries. I got to hear from the Honourable Member from Wimbledon, who participated in a punk rock band, and I think was the last one to perform at the Roxy, he said, although I think the jury's out on that. We heard from the member for Bury North, who I believe performed at Glastonbury. I don't think he talks about that enough, so possibly more in the future. And we've got to hear from my right honourable friend, the member for Maldon, who highlighted the places that made him the man he is today. And we also got to hear from my honourable friend, the member for Isle of Wight East, who has secured a meeting not just for himself, but also for his Labour colleague, a great example of cross-party working. We heard from my honourable friend for Bridgewater, who made a very serious points about the impact of the budget on the creative industries. And of course, my right honourable friend for Gosport, the chair of the DCMS Select Committee, who gave a tour of the power of the creative industries across the country and is doing an excellent job in holding the government to account. As we've heard today, the UK's creative sectors are world-leading. They provide opportunities for young people up and down the country to gain employment and skills that can transform their lives. And I welcome that so many members across the House recognise the potential of the creative industries to grow the economy. The UK's creative industries truly are formidable. Both in cultural and economic terms, they are absolute titans. In 2023 alone, it is estimated that the creative industries contributed around £124 billion to the UK economy. In other words, about 5% of our overall economic output. There's been a steady rise in its value to the UK, from accounting for 4.7% of economic output in 2010 to over 5.2% in 2023. It is important that we in this place recognise the growing importance in economic terms. And in terms of jobs, our creative industries are also immense. They employ around 2.4 million people. 2.4 million people, Madam Deputy Speaker, who work in this sector, which totals around 7.1% of all UK jobs. And whilst the creative industries still are quite heavily London-based, we do see diversification of the sector across the UK. And there are clusters of creative industry right across the UK. From the leading video games development hubs in Stoke-on-Trent to the beating heart of Northern Ireland, where the creative industry sector employs 29,000 people. And we are seeing huge swathes of the UK benefit from our creative industries. And I know this firsthand as a West Midlands MP with the remarkable director Stephen Knight, who directed Peaky Blinders. He runs an incredible project in Birmingham where he recruits 20% of people from the most deprived neighbourhoods. Stephen's record shows that we must continue to champion our creative industry sector because it has real possibilities to drive social mobility and generate economic growth. And as Peaky Blinders is a huge international success, our creative industries do ensure that brand Britain rules on the international stage. But we can't just measure the value and importance of our creative industries in economic terms, because the reach of these industries is impossible to truly estimate. Government statistics show that between July 2023 and September 2023, there were 12.5 million visits to DCMS-sponsored museums and galleries. With the government's desire to ensure 50 million people coming to the UK each year, allowing these cultural hubs to thrive will help bring more people to the UK so that they can visit some of our great cultural attractions. As my right honourable friend, the member for Daventry, set out, the Conservatives have a proud record of supporting the creative industries. Between 2010 and 2022, the creative industries grew at more than double the rate of UK gross value added, expanding by over 50%. During that period, over 1 million new jobs were created in that sector. And rather than burdening the creative industries with tax hikes, we introduced over £1 billion of tax relief, including UK independent film tax credit and business rates relief for theatres and cultural venues. And as my right honourable friend for Maldon set out, during the pandemic we introduced unprecedented support to the creative industries, including the £1.57 billion of Cultural Recovery Fund, the £500 million Film and TV Production Restart Scheme and the £800 million Live Events Reinsurance Scheme. This support protected over 5,000 organisations. It safeguarded 220,000 jobs, ensuring that our creative industries could bounce back and continue to offer opportunities for young people. But as we've heard, our ambition didn't end there. In government, the Conservatives published a sector vision, setting out our plan to grow the creative industries by £50 billion and to create 1 million new jobs. These were jobs for young designers, jobs for artists, jobs for writers, for creators and others who wanted to bring joy, inspiration and opportunities to the lives of others. In this debate, however, the government have claimed to have had similar aspirations for the creative industries and are young people eager to build their careers within them. But we know that that simply is not true. Members opposite have spoken warmly about the creative industries and their impact on the economy and the many opportunities they bring to young people. But the government's actions speak louder than their words. The government knows that 1 in 8 young people are currently not in education, employment or training. They know that many lack the essential skills and the confidence to progress in work. So how did Labour rise to that challenge? They scrapped the National Citizenship Service. The NCS, introduced by the previous government, was designed to support young people during a crucial time in their lives, connecting them to peers from many walks of life. It gave them opportunities to build their skills and confidence and empowered them to make a difference in their communities. Having delivered over 1 million experiences to young people who took part in over 18 million hours of volunteering, the NCS made a real difference. So does the Minister recognise that Labour's decision to scrap the NCS will mean fewer young people take up the opportunities presented by the creative sectors? UK Youth has warned that scrapping the National Citizenship Service and Youth Investment Fund, along with other cuts, could lead to a net reduction in central government funding for youth services in 25-26, possibly by tens of millions of pounds. This will inevitably hurt the creative sector. I say this to members opposite. I recognise that many of them spoke very warmly about the creative sector. But the truth is their government is doing irreparable harm to our creative industries. The truth is the Chancellor's budget of broken promises raised taxes to the highest level ever and introduced a national insurance jobs tax. They slashed retail, hospitality and leisure relief. They have nothing to protect the creative industries from the Deputy Prime Minister's radical employment bill, an ill-thought-through piece of legislation that will bolster the power of the trade unions and take the country back to the 1970s.
Well.
I mean, his point about the trade unions, Madam Deputy Speaker, is absolute nonsense, but that aside, the Honourable Gentleman was first in 2019. He is on record of supporting the former Prime Minister Liz Truss publicly, and I believe, according to Hansard, he voted for the Health and Social Care Levy, which was a larger increase in national insurance and a much broader spectrum, and at one point did he raise any concern about the creative industry then? So did you not take this opportunity to apologise for that, or is it just naked political point scoring he's up to now?
Shut down, Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member makes an interesting point, and I can see the whip furiously making notes. Give the man a job. He's been reading that off the whips for handouts, and I think that's all I'll say on that. Our creative industry sector, especially the young people within it, our creative industry sector, and especially the young people within it, will pay the price of the Chancellor's growth-killing budget and the Deputy Prime Minister's radical employment rights bill. The IFS has warned that the Labour's national insurance jobs tax could lead to fewer opportunities. The sad truth is, under this Labour government, many businesses in the creative sector won't survive. But don't take it from me. Take it from Sir Nick Heitler, the former artistic director of the National Theatre, who warned that the Labour's job tax will force businesses to close. Or take it from UK Theatre, who warned that 40% of venues could close in the next 5 years due to Labour's autumn budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, the inevitable truth is that this Labour government is a threat to the entire creative industry sector. But it's not just the government's rampant socialism that's posing a huge threat to the creative industry. I'm glad they're cheering the demise of the creative sector. They will all be listening to this. Alongside the catastrophic impact of Labour's increase in national insurance, the government's copyright AI consultation is causing deep concern for the creative industries, but also for many Labour members. The Minister's preference for data mining opt-out for the creative industries will place extra burdens on creators who are rightly concerned that their work is under threat. My right honourable friend for Gosport and many others made a compelling argument about how damaging the government's proposal is. Given the magnitude of the potential changes to copyright and AI, you would have thought the Minister would have allocated significant time for the creative industry sectors to raise their views. Instead, the Minister rolled out a consultation during the Christmas break that finishes just next month. He left the creative industry scrambling for a voice to raise their concerns with a government that is refusing to listen. And why, can the Minister tell me, because he also works in DSET, as the Right Honourable Friend for Gosport raised, why has the DSET Secretary refused to meet representatives from the creative sector? And I've heard myself just how worried, angry and frustrated the creative industry sector are at this proposal. Does the Minister have any idea about the impact of this proposal? Has the Minister considered a full and transparent impact assessment to properly understand how the creative industry sector will be harmed by these changes? Now, my right honourable friend from Maldon made some really important points and important challenges, so I look forward to hearing the answers to that. Now, in my last exchange at this dispatch box, I asked the Secretary of State specific questions about her national youth strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, my questions remain unanswered. So I hope the Minister in his closing statement can address the serious concerns that we've raised about Labour's budget of broken promises, its radical employment rights bill, as well as the very serious issues that we've highlighted around the government's AI and copyright consultation. So I repeat the question I asked the Secretary of State at the dispatch box, slightly changed, but less than 2 weeks ago. Can he guarantee that the Chancellor, in a desperate attempt to save her job, will not be balancing the books by putting the burden on the backs of our creative industry sector? When I asked the Secretary of State the question, she said it was tired. Well, I can tell the Minister, we on this side of the House will not tire in standing up for our young people, we will not tire in standing up for our creative sectors, and we will not tire when it comes to holding this government to account. Thank you.
Minister Sir Chris Bryant.
Siri, show me an example of political hyperbole. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm terribly sorry, it's me again, but it is me again, so I'm winding up the debate tonight. I mean, it was a really good debate. It was going exceedingly well, as Mr McVitie would say, until the last kind of few moments. And I felt, with all the demonstrations of talent that we've had around the chamber today, that we should put on a show. And in fact, I gather that even whilst we've been debating this, Mr Speaker himself has been appearing on television in the 10,000th episode of Emmerdale. So we are a talented house. Look, the creative industries, as I think everybody said in this debate, first of all, they have an enormous economic importance. If any members have not yet seen the Starring Great Britain campaign, which we launched in the last few days for our tourism, I really hope that they would Google Starring Great Britain campaign and have a watch. It's hilarious, it's very clever. It's all about trying to get tourists, because somewhere between 60 and 70% of international visitors who come to this country want to go and see places where film and TV was made, to do precisely that. I do urge them to do so, not during the debate, obviously. It's also, the creative industries have a social importance, massive social importance, as has been referred to so many times. It's about shared experiences, it's about being able to walk in other people's shoes and have empathy for a different meaning of life. It's also about the personal importance, as so many members have referred to. Discovering ourselves, discovering confidence. Several members have referred to young people who've never had an opportunity to have a proper creative education, how often they find it difficult to have confidence when it goes into any line of work. Now, we've also heard quite a lot about the interconnectedness of all the different aspects of the creative industries. I went to a play last night at the King's Head Theatre in Islington called Firebird. That's a play based on a film, based on a book. The Royal Shakespeare Company's new video game, Lily, is based on Shakespeare's play, Macbeth. No film is made without costumes, design, makeup, hair, all the rest of it. And no industry in this country would last without design or marketing. It's a simple fact. The creative industries are woven into every part of our British economy. And if I might steal a moment from the Honourable Member for Caerfyrddin, she's quite right. The poem is a good one. To be born in Wales, not with the silver spoon in your mouth, but with music in your blood and with poetry in your soul, is a privilege indeed. I sort of agree, but it shouldn't be a privilege. Songs, poems, books, plays, films, television stories. I mean, all those should be up. They're part of our birthright as British people. And I think that we should never sell that birthright for a mess of pottage, to quote the Old Testament. And as I say to my honourable friend for Scarborough and Whitby, we should always be on the side of the humans. Well, I've got two Liberal Democrats, which is very difficult to decide between, isn't it? So I'll go to the one who hasn't taken part.
I thank the Minister very much for giving way. Shinfield Studios, in the constituency of the Honourable Member for Earley and Woodley, has created jobs for many, many people in my constituency of Wokingham and has been singled out in the Financial Times as having high ambitions for growth this year, utilising the UK's tax credit scheme for film TV production and it's a great domestic skills basis. Will the Minister visit with me and the Honourable Member for Earley and Woodley and have a conversation with the owners of Shinfield Studios?
Minister.
I've already had several conversations with the owners. It is a brilliant facility, and it's part of what I was referring to in my first speech today about the large number of studios that we have. I'm delighted, incidentally, that we launched the Labour campaign for Earley and Woodley precisely just outside the studio, so it obviously brought us good luck, but of course I'm happy to visit when time allows. I'm going to try, I'm not sure I'll be able to answer every single question that's been asked, but there was one subject which exercised quite a lot of members, which was about access for all to the arts and to the creative industries. Well, I'm very tempted to.
I'd like to thank him for giving way. It's very gracious of him. Many young farmers in Wales have told me that they would love to be able to watch the output from the UK creative sector, particularly on Netflix, but they're unable to because they're unable to download Netflix because their broadband isn't good enough. What would he advise them to do?
I think they should get in touch with the Telecoms Minister, but unfortunately he's rubbish, so there's probably not going to be any... he's probably not going to get... That's me. I'm very happy to talk about the broadband issues in his constituency at any point, and if he wants to have a meeting with BDUK, we can go through the specifics kind of area by area. I've offered that to as many members as I possibly can. But anyway, getting back to creative industries, my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, I think he was channeling his inner Frank Sinatra when he basically said, if we can make it here, we'll make it anywhere. But he's got a very good point about the need for us to make sure that the creativity, that it isn't just always perceived as being something that you see in the big cities of this country. It's something that we need to exercise in every single part. My honourable friend for Barking, I'm not sure where, behind me, made a very similar point indeed in her constituency. My honourable friend for Leigh and Atherton made precisely that point about not just cities but towns, as indeed the honourable member for Hexham. My honourable friend for Guildford said that if only we could recruit from not just one demographic. I feel that so strongly. In my constituency, perhaps the most famous actor was Sir Stanley Baker from Ferndale, famous for Zulu, a film every Welsh person has to watch around about 52 times a year. And being able to bring people into the creative industries from every demographic is a really important part of what we need to do. My honourable friend from... Well, I was meant to be brief, as long as the chair doesn't complain later.
Just very briefly, and thank you for giving way to a rampant socialist. Can I ask him, in light of the comments from the opposition front bench, whether he agrees with me that the people who sell our programmes, who build our sets, who cater our film sets, deserve to have regular hours and not to face 0 hours contracts that exploit them, just like anyone else in any other sector?
Minister.
I completely agree, and one of the points that was raised, I can't remember by which of my colleagues, was about freelancers. And one of the problems in the creative industries is that so many people are freelancers today that it's very difficult for them to be able to enjoy a regular income or to be able to take on a mortgage and so on. My mother was a makeup artist at the BBC in the 1950s. She looked after Shirley Bassey's wigs, amongst other things. And in those days, that was a full-time paid employee There's hardly a single makeup artist today who is afforded that. My honourable friend for Luton South made the point about hatters, but also about music and games in her constituency, and the importance of enabling emerging artists to prosper. My honourable friend for Hartlepool likewise made the point about we've got to get beyond London and the South East, and sometimes that's a major issue for trying to attract commercial money into the creative industries, and that's something that we're very focused on. Likewise, my honourable friend for Norwich North made the point about the importance of devolution. We want to be able to make sure that this is something that extends across the whole of the United Kingdom. The honourable member for Moray West made points, different points about cultural points about books in Scots and the Gaelic song sung by Runrig, which he's hardly ever mentioned that he used to play in Runrig. Another subject that was predominant in the debate was about creative education and skills, and the honourable member for Bridgewater, who is in every debate that I think I ever take part in, he was absolutely right about the need to provide for greater skills in film, and because that's one of the things that the international companies come to the UK for, because we have such great film skills, and in the past those were often trained by the BBC. It's now a very different structure. My honourable friend for Luton South, no, I've already referred to that. The honourable member for Wimbledon told us about his musical past, but I think he clarified for us the difference between correlation and causation. I think it closed on the day that he sang there, or that he played there, not because he played there, the Roxy that was. My honourable friend for Truro and Falmouth made a very important point about Falmouth School of Art, where Caerfyrddin, amongst others, trained. Of course, being able to have those centres of excellence spread across the whole of the United Kingdom, whether it's down in Falmouth or it's in Thanet or in Margate, is really important. And in fact, my honourable friend from East Thanet made the point about the next generation and the inequality of access to arts that there is for many people. And she made a really important point about neurodivergent people. An interesting fact I came across when working with the people in the jewellery industry is that more than 50% of people who work in jewellery are neurodivergent. Well, and that is enabled by the Jewellery Council. The honourable member for Eastleigh made an important point about the drop in A-levels and other exams. We need those skills not just for the arts themselves, but also for all other industries, because those skills are needed by everybody. I will come back to the members for North Antrim and Strangford on the issue of... I noticed that they want to bulldoze barriers. He almost persuaded me that Brexit wasn't a very good idea. I'm probably not meant to have said that. Just on financial burdens, because a couple of members in the Conservative benches mentioned the issue of national insurance contributions, and I understand the political points that are being made, but I would just point out that 50% of businesses will pay less in national insurance contributions or the same under the new scheme. And considering that most businesses in the creative industries are smaller than in the wider sector, that probably means that it's a higher percentage in the creative industries. I don't want to diminish the concerns there are for many in this sector, but I do want to get this right. Several honourable members, I think the member for Stirling and Strathallan referred to the problem of people not paying for content, and for that matter, not paying the artists when they come and perform. How often is it that everybody says, oh, we'll get a singer along, I'm sure they'll do it for free? That's one of the things that we need to put an end to, because in the end, the creative industries are worth... it should be possible for people to be able to make a living properly. Several members referred to the issue of music venues, both the member for Bath and about the financial backing in her own constituency, and the member for Brighton Pavilion. I have to say, I was really not convinced by this idea of curtailing the period of copyright to 10 years. I think that would destroy the livelihood of thousands and thousands of people in the creative industries in the UK. But if she wants to put it to the electorate, then good luck with that. Now, I just want to refer to I don't know how to refer to them, the Waldorf and Stadler over there from Gosport and Maldon. It's great that they both talked about the Soft Power Council, and I'm glad that we've got this up and running. They're absolutely right, and I'd be interested to hear whether they've got specific ideas on what we should do. And good points were made by several members about the British Council. I actually thought it was an act of vandalism a few years ago when the British Council was effectively cut into ribbons. It's a job of work for us to do to be able to put it back together. The Honourable Member for Gosport is right about CISA. We are very committed to this, and I don't think that that work is yet completed. I praise Jen Smith and Baroness Helena Kennedy on the work that they're doing there, and anything that we can do to help, we will. She's also right about British stories. We want a mixed economy. We'll talk about this more tomorrow morning, but we want a mixed economy in film. We want, of course, everybody to come and make their films here, American movies, Korean movies, Spanish movies, whatever. But we also want to make British stories in Britain that reflect the Britain that we live in, and keeping some of that British IP in the UK so that the value remains here. And the Honourable Member for Morden quite rightly referred to the Cultural Protection Fund, which, of course, we are very committed to. It's an important part, not least in relation to our work in Ukraine. If I might, I'll just do a few moments about artificial intelligence, because obviously an awful lot of people have raised the matters with them, and I fully understand the levels of concern. Let me just say a few things. Firstly, intellectual property is central, absolutely central, to the viability of the creative industries, both to individuals and to the industries themselves. What are they selling other than intellectual property? Secondly, many creative industries, of course, use AI. Several, including my honourable friend for Bury North, who made a very good speech, I thought, use AI, referred to this. They use AI, including Paul McCartney in the last year. And I do not for 1 minute suggest that the creative industries are Luddites. I don't know whether people seem to think that I've said that. I certainly haven't, and it's certainly not what I believe. Thirdly, good generative AI needs good quality data, I would argue. And that means licensing, i.e. paying for, getting permission for, good quality data that is embodied in creative intellectual property. It's a point that some, like Mike Gross of Data Conversion Laboratory, have made, and he knows his stuff. I suspect that in the future the really good generative AI companies are the ones that do actually go down that route, and the successful ones. Fourthly, we seek, firstly, more licensing, in other words, more remuneration. Secondly, greater control of rights. Thirdly, legal clarity for all. And it's those three things combined that we're seeking to achieve. As I said earlier, it's a consultation, it's a genuine consultation. We are listening, all of us are listening. I'm doing most of the meetings with the creative industries, and I know my counterpart in DCIT, who is the AI Minister, is doing lots of meetings with both creative industries and with people in the AI. But most of the creative industries meetings are my job, frankly. I don't think nothing or doing nothing is an option for us, because that would simply mean that we would have to wait for the courts to do their work. And the truth is that already there are several court cases going on. Some of them have come to mutually, what's the phrase? Mutually inconvenient, mutually contradictory views in different jurisdictions, and don't necessarily provide the clarity of precedent that we might want. And also, it surely is wrong that the only people who can really enforce their rights are those with the deepest pockets, who can afford to go through very, very long, protracted and expensive court cases. So that's why I don't think doing nothing is an option. I'm very much in the business of listening to what people think we should do. I heard quite a lot of the things that people think we shouldn't do, but I'd love to hear the things that people think that we should do. Now, quite a lot of people from the creative industries have knocked on my door. We've had meetings. We've had very open meetings. People have expressed their concerns. They've expressed support for some elements, and some elements that haven't even been mentioned in today's debate. But I am absolutely determined to keep on listening to the debate, to try and find a solution that delivers for the creative industries and for artificial intelligence. It cannot be beyond the wit of humanity to be able to deliver that. Well, I will, I suppose, yes.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. And again, I think this is encouraging. I think there's a real positivity about the Minister's comments. And I do understand that he's trying his hardest to try and resolve what's a very difficult and tricky question. But he's heard the creative industries. He knows that this idea of an opt-out doesn't work for them. And it's all good enough telling us what we're not supporting and what we would support. But what does he support? If the opt-out's not going to happen, what would he do?
Minister.
Well, I support securing more licensing, greater control of rights and legal clarity for all. And he's absolutely right. As I said to the Honourable Member for Maldon, Right Honourable Member for Maldon, that there isn't a version of rights reservation that works at the moment that is simple and easy. I mean, it's far more difficult. As an author, I know that if you want to register for PLR, the public lending right, you have to go online and register each of your works. That's relatively simple and straightforward. It's relatively simple and straightforward for somebody who writes books because you only have 2 or 3 or 4. A photographer is a completely different business. So we've got to come to a technical answer that works for everybody. If there isn't a technical answer, then we're going to have to think again. I mean, that's the sum total of where we're at. But I think everybody has supported the transparency measures that we've referred to or that have been referred to. It might be that members would also want to support some of the rights to a personality that have been exercised in some parts of the United States and other parts of Europe that haven't been referred to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure everybody wants me to stop by now. The Right Honourable Member for Gosport referred to several songs that she thought I should adopt as my motto. I think one was respect. I'm not sure whether she meant the Aretha Franklin, R-E-S-P-E-C-T, or whether she meant Erasure, a little respect, which I prefer. I try to discover a little something to make me sweeter. I'm not sure which of those two she prefers. But I think I'm going to rely on Depeche Mode, actually, in the end. When it comes to the creative industries, I just can't get enough.
The question is that this House has considered the creative industries. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.